City Council for the City of Rollingwood will come to order Wednesday, September 17th, 2025 at 6 o'clock p.m. We will begin with roll call.
Brooke Brown.
Kevin Glasheen.
Phil McDuffie.
Sarah Hudson.
Gavin Massengill, and I'll go back real quick.
Alec Robinson.
And there being a quorum present, we will move on to agenda item. Actually, Council, if you'll bear with me, we do have some guests here tonight for some pomp and circumstance that we're very happy about. So I'm going to go off agenda slightly and move to presentations, and we will move to agenda item number 10, swearing in of Leonardo Cantu as Lieutenant of the Rollingwood Police Department. And I'll recognize our chief. Want to say a few words and then?
I'll say a few words and then we'll
Perfect.
give them. So good evening. I want to welcome you and thank you for joining us for the promotional ceremony for two exceptional officers, Aaron Bruns, who is being promoted to the rank of corporal, and Leonardo Cantu is being promoted to the rank of lieutenant. This occasion acknowledges their commitment and leadership to the citizens of Rollingwood and the Rollingwood Police Department. Leadership in our organization plays a vital role. Our leaders are responsible for laying the foundation along with the day-to-day operations, but above all, they ensure the needs of our community are met with professionalism and integrity. On behalf of the Rollingwood Police Department, we are excited as you two step into your new role. So, Leonardo Cantu, who is being promoted to lieutenant. Lieutenant Cantu came to Rollingwood PD in 2022 with 15 years of law enforcement experience with 7 years of being in executive leadership. His promotion to lieutenant will better reflect the high-level support that he will provide to me as the chief of police as well as to the city. He will be pinned, his lieutenant bars will be pinned on by his wife, Angelita. And before that, we will have the swearing in, and then we'll get your bars pinned. All right, sir, if you'll raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Leonardo Cantu,
I, Leonardo Cantu,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the duties as police lieutenant
the duties as police lieutenant
for the city of Rollingwood,
for the City of Rollingwood,
of the state of Texas,
State of Texas,
and will to the best of my ability
and will to the best of my ability
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution and laws
the Constitution and laws
of the United States
of the United States
and of the state,
and of this state,
so help me God.
so help me God. Thank you for your service and congratulations, Lieutenant.
The boys there too?
Yes.
Can we have the boys there too?
I have to archive these things.
They
Yes.
contribute to all this. They contribute to all this.
There you go. Yep, some good pictures. There you go.
That's good. Sorry, go ahead. Can you look here for a minute?
I said we got two different, we're looking in all directions.
I don't know.
Zach,
Can you look here for a minute?
yeah.
Okay, hold on.
we will move on to agenda item number 11, swearing in of Aaron Bruns as Corporal of the Rollingwood Police Department. Chief?
So Aaron Bruns, or Corporal Bruns, came to Rollingwood PD in 2024 with 7 years of law enforcement experience. Corporal Bruns will be the first line supervisor for patrol, as well as a detective and an additional background investigator for the police applicants. Corporal Bruns is extremely dedicated as he is going on shift immediately after his appointment. So we will get started. So his badge will be pinned on by our very own police administrative coordinator, Mackenzie Aiken. Just don't stab him. Yeah. Oh, yeah, we do need to do the oath, but, sorry. We totally did that backwards. Perfect, and then you're gonna do your oath. Thank you, Mackenzie. Do solemnly swear. That I will faithfully execute. The duties of police corporal. For the city of Rollingwood. Of the state of Texas. And will to the best of my ability. Preserve, protect, and defend. The Constitution and laws. Of the United States. And of this state. So help me God. So you get to stay there as well.
Congratulations, Corporal. And don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere.
So this is, with that, we will move on to agenda item number 12, an agenda item that I don't believe I've ever seen on one of our agendas, and I'm very proud to see it and look forward to hearing and letting Chief tell us about it. But it's agenda item number 12, presentation of the Rollingwood Police Department's Life-Saving Award to Corporal Aaron Bruns.
So I'm going to kind of give you a little bit of background. On May 17th, 2025, law enforcement officers from Rollingwood and Westlake Hills Police Departments assisted fire and EMS in response to an individual experienced cardiac arrest. Corporal Bruns was one of the first emergency personnel to arrive on scene prior to the arrival of medical personnel. Upon arrival, he immediately began to administer chest compressions to the individual. His swift actions kept the individual alive long enough to receive further stabilization with an AED that was administered by Westlake Hills Police Department. Corporal Bruns' highly effective, skilled emergency response resulted in the individual being discharged from the hospital only days later after the incident with no long-term negative effects. As a law enforcement officer, the preservation of life is a pillar to our profession and its integrity. As displayed in his response to this incident, Corporal Bruns fully embodies the heart of a true public servant, and Rollingwood Police Department could not be more proud. Today, Rollingwood Police Department, along with an endorsement from the Office of the Chief Medical Officer for the City of Austin, would like to honor Corporal Aaron Bruns with the highly prestigious Life-Saving Award. So this is going to be your letter actually from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner we received along with your
Shanti, get that one. We don't have these very often.
Yeah. Look over here real quick. The motivation.
thank you, Chief. Thank you for all of your officers and all of the great work you do keeping us all safe. And congratulations on those new promotions. And with that, council, we will move back to the regular order and move back to budget and tax rate discussions. And I will call up agenda item number 2, discussion and possible action to amend the fiscal year 2024-2025 budget. Happy to, well, I'll just start off while council maybe collects any questions or thoughts or comments. This is sort of the conclusion, the concluding night of months and months of hard work by this council and by our staff and city administrator, all the department heads. Really proud of all the work that council has done in digging through all of this budget line by line, as well as all of the early work and continuing efforts that the staff has put together to bring first a really good, solid, fiscally responsible budget for your consideration. Also appreciate the work that staff did to bring any specific exceptional items to council's attention that are kind of above and beyond what just a baseline budget would look like. Thank you to council for taking those under consideration and also adopting those for inclusion in the budget. The budget that is, as council knows, and for those listening, we did have our public hearing on the budget and on the tax rate with, I'll just say, limited input. So I think that speaks to the strength of the fiscal decisions that the council is making. Anytime people don't show up, I think that's a good indication that you're probably doing good work, because they certainly show up when you're not. So again, thank you for all the work up to this point. Tonight is sort of the culmination of all that work and the adoption of the budget. But before we do that, we will first address what is on agenda item number 2, and that is to amend the fiscal year 2024-2025 budget. So essentially, all we're doing here, council, is dotting the I's and crossing the T's and balancing the ledger book of all previous decisions that were made by this council to make sure that we close our books out on the 2024-2025 budget, so that all of the subsequent decisions that you make on the next budget will be in alignment with how our books actually read. So to get us kicked off with tonight's budget activities, happy to take a motion on this first item, which is just that rubber stamp of making sure that our ledger is in order before we move on to this year's budget. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor, I would move approval of ordinance number 2025-09-17-02, adopting and approving amendments to the budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2024 and terminating September 30, 2025, and providing for adjustments of spending authority among budget line items and providing for immediate effectiveness.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown. Is there a second? You have a motion by Ms. Brown, a second by Ms. Hudson. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Thank you, council. We now have our books in order for 24-25, and we can move on to agenda item number 3, update and discussion on the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget. As I mentioned before, this is the work that this council and our staff has been undertaking for the last several months. We did have our public hearing on this budget earlier this month, and again, I think we have brought to council a very responsible budget, and I think council has fine-tuned that budget in a very responsible manner, and we've got a really nice budget document in front of us that will be our baseline. Again, as we've said in previous meetings, there's nothing in stone necessarily in this budget, but it is our as mayor and as our staff moves forward with the rest of the 2025-26 budget year, this will be our guiding document for us to begin the execution of a number of important items that you've outlined in this budget. So with that, happy to take a motion. You can have this further discussion if you would like, but I do think everything in this budget is reflective of the previous decisions that you've made on this dais. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor, I am in favor of the exception items with one qualification, and that being the item 100-40-2, the annual subscription to 7 flock LPR cameras. I believe when we talked about that as an exception item, and because we're doing the budget as the first order of business, that we are approving that amount for budget purposes, subject to a contract being approved for the flock cameras. So I would like to make, with that qualification, I'm in favor of the proposed exception items, and that's assuming we do a COLA 2% plus 3% as well.
And I believe that's what's, yes, that is, the 5% total is what is reflected in the budget. And yes, your comments are noted, and that will absolutely be how we would proceed. You will have money in the budget should council decide to adopt a policy related to the cameras, but we will not move forward with that, with the budget execution, with any sort of budget execution until further discussion is had by council. Yes, sir.
Just another point on that. I'm for just removing it. Would you want to just remove it entirely?
I'd rather have the conversation. I'm happy with keeping that in. There may be alternatives to it that those funds might be used
Oh yeah,
for.
I've got lots of alternatives. Yeah, I can-
So I'd rather have, let's have the conversation, the larger conversation subsequently.
Okay, with that, I'm happy to take a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I would approve adoption of the budget for fiscal year 2025-2026 as reflected in the proposed exception, with the inclusion of all of the proposed exception items per our discussion today, this evening, and would move approval of the 2025-2026 budget on that basis.
You have a motion to adopt the 2025-2026 budget. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown, a second by Ms. Hudson. Further discussion, council? All right. It seems a little anticlimactic, but I'm just going to call the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Thank you, council. We look forward to implementing this budget on your behalf. And we will be in touch with a number of these items. Again, I think you've adopted a very fiscally sound and responsible budget, but also one that accomplishes the goals that you have and that we have as the city. So nice job. Thank you. With that, we'll move on to agenda item number 4. Discussion and possible action on an ordinance of the City of Rollingwood, Texas, adopting the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget beginning October 1, 2025 and ending September 30th, 2026 to, in accordance with Texas Local Government Code Chapter 102, providing for the filing of the budget, providing that this ordinance shall be cumulative of all ordinances, providing a severability clause, and providing an effective date. One second. Oh, I'm sorry, council.
Isn't that what we just did?
We did, and I'm sorry, 3 was posted for our discussional purposes, so I actually had you take action on 3. I should have allowed for the discussion and then had you take action on 4. So if I could just get you to restate the motion so that we're taking action on 4. And well, this is not the tax rate though. Yeah, this is the tax rate.
Budget has a special.
Oh, I'm sorry. This just in. There are statutory requirements for these motions also related to the budget. In my mind, that was just related to the tax rate. We also have a statutory requirement for the adoption of the budget. Those are found in this, on this sheet. So I am opening the floor back up for a motion on 4. An appropriate motion on 4 would be found as either one of these two items in our
Could we have the, Alan review the
yeah.
voter approval rate and the no new revenue rate differences, please? And the balance that's,
Are the differences in the balance?
the difference in the balance with those two rates?
Sorry, so we have the two separate numbers we have in front of you here. The voter approval rate would result in a total collection of 3,334,096. And the other number we have is the 2025 actual no new revenue rate, which would be a total of 3,268,434.
And just for clarity, council, so the two motions that are at the top of the printout that you have, what you're essentially doing with these motions, you're adopting, we're required to, when you adopt the budget, that you're tying that budget to a related tax rate. So you're going to adopt the tax rate, but basically you sort of pick the course that you're going down for the adoption of the budget in the top portion, and then you're sort of reiterating that with the tax rate adoption in the bottom portion of those motions, based on whichever ones you choose on the top. I think that the general sentiment, you know, at the last work session, as we discussed, we are in a very sound position in terms of our revenues and balances for the city. We certainly can make it all work with the no new revenue rate. I think what we heard at the last council meeting was, because the actual dollar amounts are not huge, it's about a $60,000 difference between the voter approval rate and the no new revenue rate. I think the general sentiment that we picked up on at the last work session was that probably the voter approval rate was the preferred route of the council. That would give you about 60,000 extra in this next budget year to do, you know, to have sort of some excess leeway to work with. And then obviously if we don't use it, that either rolls to the unexpended balance, or we can pay down debt, or we can use it to help offset any unexpected costs on the next phase of the city hall remodel. So that was kind of, as I recall, the discussion that council had last time. Again, we can make it work on with either one of these. It's just the preference of the council as to which direction you would like to go. But if you choose at the top in the adoption of the budget the voter approval rate, then you'll need to reiterate that when you adopt the tax rate with those bottom two options at the bottom. So, yes, ma'am.
I've coordinated my motion language with the document, so I'm happy to make a motion.
Okay.
Go for it.
I move to approve ordinance 2025-09-17-04, adopting the fiscal year 2025 budget that adopts the voter approval rate of $0.202039 per $100 valuation.
Thank you. You have a motion by Ms. Brown. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown, a second by Ms. Hudson. Discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. You are now recognized to make a second motion.
I move to ratify the property tax increase in the amount of $1,003
One hundred.
$103,453 reflected in the adopted fiscal year 2025-2026 budget.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown, a second by Ms. Hudson. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Thank you, council, for the adoption of the budget under the voter approval tax rate scenario. And with that, we will move off of agenda item number 4, move on to agenda item number 5. Discussion and possible action on an ordinance of the City of Rolling Wood, Texas, approving the certified appraisal roll, setting the tax rate, levying and assessing ad valorem taxes for the use and support of the municipal government of the City of Rolling Wood, Texas for fiscal year 2025-2026, apportioning the levies for specific purposes, providing a severability clause, and providing an effective date. With that, council, you have agenda item number 5 before you, and I'm happy to accept a motion.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
I would move approval of ordinance number 2025-09-17-05, approving the certified appraisal roll, setting the tax rate, levying and assessing ad valorem taxes for the use and support of the municipal government of the City of Rolling Wood, Texas for fiscal year 2025-26, apportioning the levies for specific purposes, providing a severability clause, and approving an effective date.
That is an excellent motion. Can I get you to restate that motion as it stated?
All
Yes.
right.
That's a great warm-up, though.
So sorry. Mr. Mayor, I approve.
I move, yeah.
I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.202039 per $100 valuation, which is effectively a negative 1.83% increase
Yep.
Yep,
in
correct.
the tax rate, and will raise taxes for maintenance and operations on a $100,000 home by approximately 73 cents. Furthermore, this rate reserves $0.095010 per $100 valuation for debt service for the 2025 tax year.
You have a motion. It is a required specific motion that's not very easy to understand, but that was well done. You have a motion by Ms. Brown. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown and a second by Ms. Hudson. Is there further discussion? Again, thank you, council, for sticking with us on what is a required verbiage for us, and thank you for staff for digging through how to make that motion. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Thank you, council, for the adoption of the budget and the adoption of the tax rate. Nicely done. And with that, do you have anything else, Alan?
No, sir.
All right, with that, we will move off of agenda item number 5 and on to agenda item number 6, discussion and possible action to review the City of Rolling Wood investment policy and to approve an ordinance requiring the annual review of the investment policy. Alan?
Yes, sir. As I noted there in the one sheet, this item allows the city to ensure compliance with the Texas Public Funds Investment Act and have an investment policy by which guides our investments here. It's essentially the same document as you had last time. There are a couple of minor typographical errors that I caught and corrected, so I would recommend that council adopt the same policy with those modifications in place.
Council, this is same agenda item as we have each year at this time following the adoption of the budget and the tax rate. It's sort of a check the box thing. It is also something, though, that we, when I sat in your seat, this is something we didn't do always, and it was something we got pinged for in our S&P meeting. So it's something that we adopted, and also we're now making sure that it's in accordance with state statute. So it's kind of a check the box thing, but it is important that we get it done. So happy to take a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I would move approval of ordinance 2025-09-17-06, regarding a written investment policy for the city of Rollingwood, requiring no less than annual review of the city's investment policy and investment strategies, requiring the city to report any changes made to said investment policy or investment strategies, requiring appointment of the city's investment officer, providing for severability, and establishing an effective date as proposed.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown, a second by Ms. Hudson. Any other questions or thoughts about this? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Thank you, council. That will move on to agenda item number 7. Discussion and possible action regarding the adoption of the capital improvements plan in accordance with section 2-338 of the city's code of ordinances. I'll turn it over to Alan here momentarily. I will say this is this is something that Ashley and I caught several years ago. We actually have a requirement in our code of ordinances to adopt this annually, so that when we're spending these dollars that you've approved already in the budget, that we have some policy directive from the council to do so. So that's basically what we're doing. Alan, do you want to elaborate on anything?
I think that's it. The table there on page 171 of the packet is reflective of the additional year that I've added to it. It's nothing unexpected. There's really no extra capital projects that we have planned aside from routine maintenance and the things that are already been contemplated in the past, like the City Hall building that's been approved in 2022. So the plan itself is the same, with the changing of Exhibit A just to reflect that additional year of routine maintenance.
Happy to take a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I would move approval of the adoption of the capital improvements plan as proposed.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown, a second by Mr. McDuffie. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Thank you, council. Moving on to agenda item number 8, discussion of possible action on a budget management and review policy. Recognize Alan to explain this one.
Same thing on this. It's the same as you saw last year and was adopted and approved by council in 2023. So the budget management and review policy, it's the framework of the city's budget process. It's nice and succinct. It's 2 pages. And it itself, the current policy has been adopted, requires this annual review. So here is the annual review. I don't see any changes that would be necessary.
Again, council, this is just something, again, that SMP looks forward to make sure that we have this sort of review in place. With that, I'll happy to accept a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I would move approval and acceptance of the budget management and review policy as presented in agenda item number 8.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown, a second by Mr. Duffy. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Thank you, council. Moving on to agenda item number 9. Discussion and possible action on a resolution approving a budget for the Rollingwood Community Development Corporation of Rollingwood, Texas for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2025 and ending September 30th, 2026. This budget has been reviewed by staff and gone through RCDC. It does reflect the administrative funds transfers that you've already adopted in your budget. Outside of that, I don't think there's anything really.
No, I think the only thing, RCDC kept everything the same with the exception of the anticipated revenue and expenditures or transfers from the sales tax. I will note that the exhibit to the council resolution there is currently an unsigned version of RCDC's resolution, just due to an oversight at the RCDC meeting that wasn't executed by the president. But it is available. It will be in the exhibit to the city council resolution. will be the executed version of the Rollingwood Community Development Corporation's resolution. So once we have that signed one in place.
Happy to take a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I would move approval of RCDC Resolution 2025-09-08-05, providing for approval of the RCDC fiscal year 2025-26 budget and other matters in connection therewith as proposed.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion by Ms. Brown, a second by Ms. Hudson. Further discussion, council?
I'm confused. I thought the resolution is 2025-09-17-09.
Yes, the City Council's resolution, you are correct. The City Council's resolution as an exhibit to the city's resolution is the resolution from RCDC. So I believe that Councilmember Brown read out RCDC's resolution number, which is an exhibit to the city's resolution number 2025-09-17-09.
I'm having a hard time finding.
Page 178 is the beginning of the city's resolution.
Okay. I was a few pages past that. I withdraw the prior motion and substitute the following. I move approval of Resolution 2025-09-17-09, approving the budget for the RCDC, Rollingwood Community Development Corporation, for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2025 and ending September 30, 2026.
You have an
as
amended,
proposed.
you have an amended motion by Ms. Brown. You have an amended second by Mr. McDuffie.
Second.
All right. You have a motion by Ms. Brown, a second by Mr. McDuffie. Further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Thank you, council. Okay. Wow, that's all the budget stuff. I don't know what to do. Like a whole- You can all have your time back now.
We still have 20
And-
more items, so we might be applauding prematurely.
Yeah,
And thanks to all the staff
yeah.
for
Yes.
giving this information to us in good shape and for all the good hard work this year and looking forward to the upcoming year.
Same here. With that, we will move on to public comment. Anyone wishing to make comments publicly on items not on the agenda? Do we have anyone? All right, no public
Can we perhaps come back to that after 7 o'clock, because a lot of people
are used to that. Yeah,
may not
yes.
here yet.
We will
and
plan to
wanna-
do that.
want to comment.
Feel free to yell at me if you see that, me forgetting to do that. But yes, happy to do that. All right, with that, we will move on to agenda item number 13. Presentation and discussion on Rollingwood Police Department's involvement in a recent incident in the city of Austin on the morning of September 10th, 2025, and public emergency notification. I've got some new updates for you, but I'll just do them on the record in real time.
Okay.
So why don't you lead us off?
So, as we all know, there was a officer-involved shooting and also a shooting of an individual in Zilker Park. Unfortunately, we were not notified at the time of the incident. And so our response to that kind of was delayed due to how we received the notification. And so I have contacted Travis County and Austin Police Department and also dispatch. That way we can start working through some of these issues, as it appears notification was array on all fronts, where some people were receiving shelter in place, it was lifted, it was not
Or
lifted.
was it?
I was saying it just created, so there was a huge communication issue that day.
A few more details too. So kudos to Chief, kudos to Alan. I was watching that morning, so I got one of the notices that some people got, and I'll tell you more about that in a minute. But kudos to them; they were following it in real time. As was I was actually watching it on the news, and then I saw it hit WhatsApp also. There was, so we were monitoring it, and the three of us were on a text string together, trying to get real time it, because I was inquiring, Alan was inquiring of Chief, like what's going on. That's when we started reaching out, or her officers started reaching out to Travis County Dispatch, and that's where we started getting some mixed messages. And then there was even confusion among the three of us as to, is this lifted or is it not lifted? Because we would have done a rave, but we had conflicting information too as to whether or not it was lifted. Chief was getting one answer from one law enforcement of it is in effect, and then 311, as reported on WhatsApp, 311 had supposedly lifted it. And so Chief actually called 311 directly, got the same answer, yeah, it's been lifted. So we were at a little bit of a quandary also of, I mean, it wasn't our shelter in place. We didn't instigate it. We were trying to monitor it and give good guidance, but we weren't getting good guidance either. So that's kind of where we were. I will say, I'd like to say kudos to Mayor Watson. He and I have talked several times in the last several days on this topic. He has been a rock star, has been stellar, reached out immediately, understood, that's not good communication. That's not anything we need to allow to continue to happen. He reached out to his chief. He and I talked again 2 or 3 times this afternoon. His chief was very in agreement, like that's not how that needs to happen, and I think you all spoke as well.
Correct. So I was advised they did have changed some protocols. I'm awaiting which protocols were actually changed, and then that way I can review those. There is a meeting with Travis County. Because we are dispatched through Travis County, I want to make sure what I expect out of Travis County is also being delivered. And so I'm meeting with them next week, but we are in talk. There's actually an email with me, Travis County, and APD's dispatch. That way we can fix these issues.
I don't always brag on the city of Austin, as you all know, but I will give credit where credit is due. And I really do feel like they are going to stay on top of this and get it corrected for the future. Totally understood where we were coming from, both from a local resident standpoint, but also to make sure that we're protecting and providing for our officers so that they have the appropriate communication in real time, and communication between the dispatches. One of the issues that I think you had brought up, Sarah, was, okay, and this is, I literally talked to Mayor Watson 3 times this afternoon because we were both trying to figure out exactly how these notices went out. So here's what I believe, here is how those notices go out. So we already knew, because we kind of did our own due diligence research. So it went through their Everbridge system. And their Everbridge system is also tied to, I believe their Everbridge system is also tied to their utilities, their utility billing system. But more importantly, it also goes through their CapCog system.
Warren, Central Texas.
And what is that name again?
Warren, Central Texas.
Warren, Central Texas. So one of the questions I know that you had is, how do we make sure we get these alerts?
Right.
WarrenCentralTexas.org is that hub, and it's administered through CapCog.
Correct.
That's what they use. However, so that's the system. When they did this alert for the lockdown, they did a reverse 911 through that system, but it was geofenced, right? And so it went, I think it was a mile. I think their geofence was like 1 mile from the event. So some people, I think, in our neighborhood did get it and some didn't. But basically, if you were inside that geofence, it should have picked up your cell and you should have received it. But it was through that system. That is the system that they used. They did a reverse 911, and that's how they got that word out.
Well, thank you for all the rest of the update, because that was
Yeah,
of concern also. But
yeah.
the thing that prompted me to fact that there were some people on the WhatsApp going, I didn't get that, let me know what's going on. And I didn't remember ever having signed up for anything that I would have got. I mean, I got all three
Right.
messages, whatever. I didn't remember having signed up for something. And then some people, but I live closer to Zilker Park than, about half of the city, right? So it made sense that there would be some sort of locational aspect to it, but I didn't know how that was set up.
Yes.
But one thing that makes me curious is I have a friend that lives in Las Lomas, and she got it.
Probably
So-
on top of a hill with better signal. So we used to have Everbridge, and I worked in Santa Fe, and the geofencing is quite good, but with the topography in Rollingwood, the hills are working against you.
Okay.
And so somewhat to do with signal strength, they can confuse the towers, how close they are to the location.
Okay.
Look at you, big brain on that one.
I know. Well, yeah, because I was figuring if somebody in Las Lomas got it, then everybody else in Rollingwood should have gotten it as well.
Yeah,
So-
that was what was
Yeah.
confusing to me also.
Yourself.
But I do think it was essentially supposed to be in that geofence. And it didn't necessarily matter because I hadn't signed up for warrencentraltexas.org either. So it really was, there were like several criteria that kind of needed to be met, but you didn't necessarily have to sign up. But one of the questions was, how can we get these sort of things in the future? warrencentraltexas.org it's administered through CapCog, and that is a good resource to sign up for. I will point out though, great, people should sign up for that. It will certainly help like in natural disasters and
That's great.
weather events and that sort of thing. That doesn't mean, like if there's a house fire in Rollingwood, that alert's not gonna come through warrencentraltexas.org. That will come through our Rave alert system. So I encourage everyone, feel free, absolutely, sign up for warrencentraltexas.org. But while you're at it, also make sure you're signed up for our Rave alert system because that is a different system. And if we have Rollingwood specific alerts that we're doing, we control that, and that goes through Rave.
Correct.
And I would also say it's probably, you probably, the flip side of that, you don't want Rollingwood officers giving out information when the control of the event is with City of Austin.
Correct. And that was part of our text string of like, I'm not going to advise one way or the other when we don't, when we're getting mixed messages, but B, it wasn't ours to start. So I'm not gonna tell everyone, hey, you don't have to shelter in place if we're not the ones that instituted that shelter in place. So yes, that was definitely a consideration.
Yeah.
And I wonder too if, I got the alert at 5 a.m., at 5 a.m. on my landline, but I wonder if that is that countywide? Is the CapCog aspect of that countywide? Or is it, CapCog is capital area,
Council of
It
Governments.
Council of
is
Governments.
countywide, but like he said, I mean, it's not, those alerts weren't sent to everybody on Warren Central
it's
Texas.
countywide, but with a geographic
Correct.
Correct.
limitation.
That's
They have
correct.
some different,
But that may be something people want to sign up.
They-
Go
absolutely.
look and see if
and
there's
certainly like for a
countywide
weather
sign.
event, a tornado, a hurricane
Correct.
coming in.
I mean, we actually have literature here that we're pushing forward. Actually, we're pushing it for weather events as kind of a response for the flooding. But that way, I'm also signed up for Warren Central Texas and Williamson County, just kind of keep a pulse on that. But what we were concerned about is our PD cell phones didn't receive any notification either. And so that's where it was, why are we receiving so much conflicting information?
And had there been better communication between the two dispatches, it would have been a lot better situation because literally when we, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but when we called into Travis County Dispatch, they were like, we don't really know what you're talking about because they hadn't been notified yet by APD Dispatch. So those are the
It-
protocols that we're working with the mayor to get fixed, and they've been great. And working with us and ensuring that that will get corrected.
That is
there.
correct. So, I mean, while everybody is frustrated and on the way the communication occurred, everybody is working towards a solution. So, like he said, I do appreciate everybody, coming together and trying to figure out what went wrong and
Yeah.
acknowledging that we did have an issue.
Now, let me add to this, because I think you're going to be meeting with Travis County Dispatch. And
Next
I
week.
want to put this on the record, and I want to notify council of it, because it does affect a number of your constituents who have children at Eanes ISD. In us working through and me learning more than I anticipated learning about dispatch one particular day, in that discussion, it came up in the course of conversation with Chief that our Eanes ISD Police Department is not currently being dispatched through Travis County Dispatch. They're actually being dispatched through
Lakeway.
Lakeway. Now, the practical effect of that, I'll tell you the practical effect on this Zilker issue, and then I'll have Chief tell you the practical effect of that at an event that happened at Eanes at the high school campus. But so the practical effect of that for the Zilker issue is, even if APD was communicating in real time and doing a good job in that communication that we just discussed, even if they were doing that communication between APD and Travis County, our Eanes ISD PD still wouldn't have known in real time about that event. And that's important for a number of reasons. The one that comes to mind most quickly is that we had a Eanes ISD cross-country team running around town late at that time that morning. Not that that would have necessarily ensured communication to that team, but it certainly would have helped in that moment. And so I want to come back to my thoughts on that in a minute, but give us the other example that occurred at the gun event.
Correct. So there, Eanes ISD had an incident where they had an individual with a weapon on campus, and they were searching for the individual. At the time, the individual was located, and a traffic stop, felony traffic stop, ensued. Westlake Hills Police Department was also responding, as were we, and Westlake Hills came on the radio advising dispatch regarding this, this traffic stop, and she didn't know what was happening because Eanes ISD is dispatched through Lakeway, and so she didn't understand what Westlake was on. So it also puts Eanes ISD in a bad situation because they're having to toggle between what jurisdiction they're in. If they're in Westlake, they're on Travis County. If they're in Austin, they have to go to APD dispatch. But they're also having to talk to their dispatch because that's who it keeps them, is accountable for them. So that also created a big communication issue.
And now kudos to Eanes ISD PD. Chief Greer is by all accounts an excellent chief. He had the wherewithal to toggle over to Travis County and notify them. But again, he had other things to be focusing on. Now, excellent that he had the wherewithal to do that, but he shouldn't have to be worrying about that. I've talked to Judge Brown about this issue. I've notified him about it. I've reached out to, but have not heard back yet from Commissioner Howard. I've let the judge know that this is an issue that I'd like to work with them on. I think the judge gets it. I think he is willing to work on it with us. At the end of the day, it is the sheriff's decision to make on that issue because she is in charge of their dispatch. Now, that said, the county itself is not without tools. They control the budget for the sheriff. They control the budget for dispatch. I pointed out to the judge that this is not a new issue to me. Rollingwood does not ask the county for very much, if anything. dispatch services is something we do ask for. And the county has told us we have to be on a fee-for-service program with them. Like, they're not gonna provide that for free for us, we're gonna pay for it. And not only do we have to pay for it, ourselves, we have a 15% escalator in that contract with them for them to provide those services for us. And so, for them to tell Eanes ISD that they won't dispatch for them does not sit well with me, to say the least.
And why?
So they have said, so again, Chief Greer, excellent chief, went to Travis County early on when they were setting up the Eanes ISD PD and asked to be dispatched by Travis County, and Travis County said, no, we don't have the bandwidth. You can't, we won't accept you. Which is why he had to go get dispatch services out of Lakeway. My issue is having watched these issues in the legislature, having followed the Uvalde issue closely, it is, in my opinion, oftentimes in a unfortunate incident that we hope never happens to our community or to our school district, seconds matter and minutes matter for sure, but seconds matter too. And it is unacceptable to me for our county to tell our school district where our kids go to school that they don't have room for them to be dispatched when the two responding law enforcement agencies who would be responding to an event at the school district are
Actually,
West,
all three.
actually,
Because Travis County
well,
is actually,
ironically, themselves. But the three responding agencies to respond to an event like that would be Westlake Hills, first and foremost. They're across the street. We would be 2, and Travis County would be 3. So the fact that they are telling our school district that they're not going to let them on their dispatch, not okay.
Doesn't work.
Not okay. I have not talked to the sheriff about it. I do know that the judge has visited with her. I am going to reach out to her. I hope that that they'll work with us on that. I would hope that they would. And so I'm going to reserve any further comment until I have an actual conversation with her, and hopefully this will get worked out, because I think it's a no-brainer. It's the right thing to do, and I'm not willing to know about it and not saying anything about it. And I think others would feel the same way if and when they found out about it. And so anyway, hopefully we'll be writing a thank you letter at some point. If not, I'll be bringing something else for you.
Who does Travis County dispatch for currently? I mean, are they dispatching for anybody other than just the Travis County sheriffs?
so, no, Travis County dispatches for multiple municipalities. They dispatch for Sunset
Just-
Valley, for us, for Westlake Hills, for Manor, for,
I thought they weren't dispatching for us.
Travis County dispatches for us.
They dispatch for us. They also dispatch for Westlake Hills.
They don't
But
dispatch
we-
for Eanes, ISD.
Okay, and we paid them for that?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Handsomely.
I was misunderstanding. I thought you said we.
Handsomely.
Yes, okay.
Oh, yes. It's not
okay.
included in your,
All
it's
right.
apparently not included in your tax bill to them. It's a sideline item that you get, that you get to pay through your city taxes also.
That doesn't make any sense.
Nope,
either.
it sure doesn't. That's been a bee in my bonnet for years, but this one's the new bee in my bonnet.
And one more question. Does the ESD, are they dispatched like law enforcement is dispatched? I mean, do they,
They are dispatched, but they're
Contract
not
for
dispatched
dispatch.
through Travis County Sheriff's Office,
They're
no
not.
ma'am.
Yeah, they're currently going through Lakeway Dispatch. And one of the, one of the,
that doesn't,
No.
one of the arguments that I had heard back was, well, Travis County Dispatch can't handle all of the school districts. If all of the school districts came to them to dispatch, they couldn't handle that. Okay, well, first of all, I don't represent all of those areas, so that's not my concern. Secondly, though, it's totally appropriate, in my opinion, for Austin ISD to be dispatched through Austin PD Dispatch. Like, that would make sense. That's their responding agency. If Lake Travis ISD like, it's totally appropriate for them to get dispatched through Lakeway. Like, that's where their responding
They're
agencies
concurrent
are.
jurisdiction.
What doesn't make sense is for our responding agencies that are adjacent to our school district to not be dispatched through the same dispatch that the school district is. Including, as the chief points out, they would also be
The first responder.
one of the responding agencies. So,
And we would probably have closer people responding.
absolutely. I mean,
So-
that's my point. If, God forbid, there was an event at the school, at any of one of the campuses, we need to know that in real time. We need to know that seconds after that call comes in. Not when it dawns on someone to connect one dispatch with another dispatch, not when, like, I don't care if it's a 30-second delay, a 1-minute delay, a 5-minute, we need to take out any question that there could be a communication breakdown at that level of dispatch. So,
Well, and there are parts of Eanes School District that are also City of Austin, so they're,
and some that are in non-incorporated,
right, yes.
Travis County.
I mean, Travis County, yeah. Yeah. So I don't know how that coordination, if any coordination there is happening either.
yeah. So anyway, obviously I'm a little worked up about it, but I'm going to,
Rightly so, Mr.
I'm going to, for now, assume that rational heads will prevail and that we'll all get it worked out, but I will keep you informed on that. So,
Thank you.
yep.
And thanks for the update.
No problem.
Sorry, we had a hand raised on the Zoom, and I think that's Wendy. Hey, Wendy, recognize you?
Hi, thank you so much for putting this on the agenda. And thank you to the Rolling Wood Police Department for being so proactive and reaching out to our partners in Austin, and Mayor for you reaching out to Austin and Travis County. This actually hit my radar also. I was at a middle school meeting with a room full of parents, and we were getting a presentation done by the Eanes ISD Police Department, and they were talking about the different incidences that have happened involving their police department. And I heard them discussing all of these different things and how things went down for them. And I had a question for them about it. Well, if they're dispatched through Travis County, like Rolling Wood and Westlake Hills, then, why weren't we all on the same page? And that's when they said, oh no, we're not dispatched through Travis County. We tried to set up through Travis County and they told us no. They said they don't have room for our 10-officer police force to be dispatched through Travis County. So we go through Lakeway. And me being a parent that my house backs up to Zilker Park. The morning of the incident in Zilker Park, my daughter is in Westlake Hills cross country, and we're on a Holden Place, and the buses are still coming. Like, is the guy going to come out of the Greenbelt? Well, Eanes ISD wasn't. You guys have already talked about it all, but they were not in the same loop as everybody should have been, and Rolling Wood wasn't in the same loop. And so I appreciate that, this kind of conversation can happen. And for me, thank you for bringing this up. Thank you for helping to have better coordination and between the City of Austin, Travis County, for our city. And also, I appreciate the push to advocate for Eanes ISD. They are a police department. They are not just security officers. They're a full-fledged police department, just like the City of Rolling Wood. And to have a municipality, the two municipalities that are going to be the responders, to be on a different dispatch than our school district, who is a police department, I think is unacceptable. And I appreciate that we're addressing it, and I hope that we can advocate for that to change. So thank you so much for putting this out there.
Thanks, Wendy. Wendy, don't go anywhere. Question, so good timing, I suppose. When was that PTO meeting, if you don't mind me asking?
It was this morning at 8:30.
Okay. Well,
We were at the.
okay. we're on the same page with you. That also reminds me too. I wanted to say I did speak directly with Chief Greer. I think our chief has also talked to Chief Greer. He was
Correct.
very appreciative, supportive of, and in fairness to him, I think he just had assumed that there was nothing that they could do about it. And from his vantage point, there isn't a lot that they could do about it. So I think he was very appreciative of it. I also spoke to the Eanes ISD school board president, let her know that I was going to be working on this, and she was very supportive also, as long as Chief Greer is. But I just wanted y'all to know, like, I'm not making this up. I think Chief Greer agrees with it, and also I've focused on the ISD portion of it, but it's also important in my mind for our own officers, right? Because you need real, in that kind of instance, you need flawless information in real time, and I don't want to put our officers in harm's way because there's a breakdown of communication in a response event, and it makes absolute sense to have all of those agencies on the same dispatch, and absolutely no sense to not. So.
And to your point, it's not free. We're not getting
Yeah.
it for free. Eanes ISD is not getting it for free. So to say that they can't, they don't have the capacity to take on the additional police department when they're actually charging us and charging Westlake Hills, and they would charge Eanes. Well, I think that it's reasonable to say that they can staff up if they're charging these municipalities for the services. So.
Yeah, we've paid for their staff up already. So.
Yeah, and we used to be on Lakeway and City of Rollingwood, and I believe when former Chief Brady came in, that's when we turned over to Travis County. So we've gone through that change ourselves, and it makes a lot of sense for us. So I think it does for them also.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Wendy.
you.
Again, I look forward to talking to the sheriff. Again, it's the sheriff's decision, and I'll try to continue that dialogue. Anything to add, Chief?
Nope, that's it. Like I said, this is going to be a work in progress, but something that we're definitely working on every day.
If you would let dispatch know that we're interested in the topic.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we will move on to agenda item number 14. Presentation and discussion on water system sediment issues. Sarah, I'll recognize you to open up your agenda item, but I'll have Izzy come on up and we can have a discussion.
Okay. I put this on the agenda. I have seen a number of comments on the Rollingwood WhatsApp, and then have talked to number of other people individually. I've gotten emails from some folks. I told people that if they were having issues to let me know, and some of them have sent pictures and all of that. But the general gist of this is that there have been a lot of people that have had issues with what they call sediment in their water lines in their homes. They're having problems with water pressure, with appliances, with irrigation systems, with just having to clean out the filters on their faucets and their showers on a when I got just before I left here said 2 to 3 times a day on their kitchen sink, because there's so much sediment. And the pictures, and I talked to Carlos about it a couple weeks ago, and his comment was, well, it's probably not sediment, it's probably calcium buildup coming off the inside of the pipes. And not necessarily just the homeowner's pipes, but also could be coming from the city's pipes. But it's material that's in the water that then precipitates out and builds up on the walls of the pipe. And then when there is activity, replacement of a pipe, I would think that jackhammering from construction projects nearby, anything that disrupts the flow, that jostles the line, can break off some of that material. And it, from the information that I've gotten, most of the homes that seem to be impacted by this are at the bottom of a hill. low spot in the line. As you said, also at the end of a run, like, so locations where
Like
there's-
dead end, hydrants, that
Right.
sort. So normally that sediment is calcium, rust, other type of minerals it just builds up. It's natural. And normally what happens is whenever there's disturbance in the water system, distribution system, whether it's a main break, whether it's just even just flushing the hydrants, or like what we've been doing here lately with the CIP is tie-ins. So the reason why, and they recently did a couple of tie-ins actually they did 3 tie-ins this week. That's why there's been a lot of that build up. But
And to be clear, Izzy, so you kind of, you led with the punchline. Our suspicion is that it is that sediment, that it's not what we would consider sediment, it's probably that type of
Like,
calcium.
not dirt.
Yes, it's
And-
probably
and-
that calcium buildup.
And that was one of the concerns that I have heard from a number of people, is that they think that this problem is due to poor practices by the
Yeah.
contractor or the city or whoever is replacing these lines, and they're getting dirt in the lines
Right.
as they are
Yeah.
replacing it. And so
Yeah,
part
and
of this was just
Yeah, no, and
explain
I'm glad you did.
what is going on.
Because, and correct me if I'm wrong, and let's have a dialogue about it, but a big part of it too is when you release that pressure, and we had to turn off the water, and when you do those tie-ins, you're having to depressurize those areas. And when you depressurize, like when the line is pressurized, it's literally holding that sediment or that calcium buildup.
it's exactly what it is. It's sediment. It's sitting at the bottom of the pipe.
Yeah, it's holding that. That pressure is keeping it from getting to you because it's pressurized. But when we drop that, a lot of times when you'll drop that pressure, then that's when the stuff, flakes off or falls off, and that's when it gets picked up, when
You're
it gets repressurized. Right?
Absolutely correct. So what happens is that sediment, most of the times it is what it is doing. It's down at the bottom of the pipes. It's sticking to the pipe. When you close the water, the line, it depressurizes. What happens is it works kind of like a suction. It comes back, it loosens it up, and when you pressurize it, it pushes it. And a lot of times, the path of least resistance, that's where it's going to go, and it's going to be into somebody's home. That's the truth. That's where it's going to. And so when someone opens up their line, when they open up their hose babe or open up their kitchen faucet, it's going to get stuck in their aerator. It's sediment. It's okay to drink it. There's
It's
no
not dirt.
harm.
Yeah, it's not
It's
dirt.
not dirt, correct. Yes, it's gonna restrict the flow, take the aerator off. It is a hassle, but this is something that we're working through right now because we are getting.
And
new
when the
lines.
lines get repressurized and the jackhammering stops, which will be very soon,
Well,
it should all get
on city projects,
true, right? But it should
Yeah.
but the lines will all be pressurized continuously, so it should get significantly better and back to normal soon. Now it's not beyond the realm of possibility that dirt could get in a line, and so we do still want to see the pictures and look and make sure we've got nothing like that going on. But in terms of best practices and that sort of thing, because we even talked about it before this even came up or was brought up, I've asked Izzy a couple of times, go through the process, if you will, of like those tie-ins. Like the lines aren't just left open. They don't just tie them in with a shovel full of dirt in the line. Like, talk to us about what that looks
So
like.
before you even go into a tie-in, of course, the new lines have to be chlorinated. So once they go hot, they get chlorinated. They dechlorinate the lines. Then that sample has to go to the lab, make sure that it's okay. And if we get the okay, then they actually do the tie-in. They cancel out the old line and they tie in the new line, which in theory shouldn't have that much calcium at first because it's a new line. But once you actually pressurize the line and you come in from around the city, and we are in a loop system, so once we shut off one area, you're actually getting water from another end until we actually, eventually it goes all around the city, and sediment that was one part of the city, eventually it come back around and hit the other part of the city, so.
So I didn't want people thinking, it's not like it's not a situation where, we throw the line in and we say, turn her on, boys.
No,
it is a very regimented, specific, regulated way in which those lines get turned back on, and they're flushed out, they're chlorinated, they're clean, and then it gets tied in and turned on. So,
Correct.
So
So I have a question. You mentioned the lines being flushed out. Is there a way for us to flush the lines to get rid of this stuff?
Well, the lines monthly do get, we have 14 dead-end hydrants in the city that get flushed out every month. And so when they do that, they don't run it for, say, 5 or 10 minutes at a time, because that would be a lot of water that gets wasted. Once the water starts clean, because you will have you'll have a lot of sediment there, and you'll see it get flushed out. Once you start seeing it clear, shut off, then they go around, and the areas that we get more reports about sediment, those are the areas that get targeted a little bit more as far as more flushing. And we are monitoring that, all those reports from residents that complain about sediment. Unfortunately, like you mentioned, Ms. Hudson, is that there is the homes that are at the lower points, those will get generally tend to get more sediment.
yes, ma'am.
Is there any trick for the homeowner, like turning on your outdoor faucet first and letting it run a little bit? If there's been is there a way that you can prevent it getting to your kitchen and dishwasher and dryer?
Great question. Yes, it's always hit the first hose bib in front of the house, and just flush it out.
The closest one to the main
To the
pipe?
to the meter.
To the meter,
to the meter.
Okay.
Run it for a couple of minutes. Just make sure that you should have the atmospheric breaker, the vacuum breaker. If that's not working correctly, get it replaced, because it will get clogged up. And what happens when you put your hose on and the water's it's spewing out the sides, that means it's generally clogged up.
Okay.
And
In the hose, the little.
no, on the actual
on the-
spigot.
On the spigot,
On the
okay.
spigot.
All right.
Well, that's what happened to me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is there any kind of a clean out that homeowners could put on their line right by the meter?
You don't want to do that, because then you restrict you'll restrict the water going into the actual home. Like, for instance, if you put any type of filter going into the water meter, it will get clogged up, and then you'll have
Well,
issue.
Yeah, but that's cheaper than having to, some people have spent hundreds and thousands of dollars on having to clean out their irrigation systems, replace
Yeah.
appliances, do all kinds of stuff. I'm just trying to think of,
Yes, that would be ideal past the meter. There's nothing that the city
right,
could do on our end. One thing that would be it would probably, it would all have to be on the homeowners end.
I haven't
And-
had
and their
problems
and their
with it at
PRVs
my
too.
house, so I've not ever
Where I was
looked
getting
into
to
it,
it before I had a block is PRVs. Make sure that the homeowner. Some homes don't even have PRVs here in the city.
That's a pressure reducing valve.
Correct. Pressure reducing valve. So the city allows so much pressure from the main going into the home. Now, if the homeowner doesn't regulate that pressure going into the house, you can have all kinds of problems internally. So what they want to do is, as far as maintenance, is have that by a professional, and on their end, make sure that that pressure regulating valve is working properly. That it's set. If they have any questions, what is the city on our end has the pressure going into the house, then that's the pressure that they should have it regulated going. They're not trying to get it more, because they do. They want 80%, 90 psi, 90 PSI, that causes a lot of problems for appliances. Not only dishwashers, washing machines, but as well as water heaters.
And just as a little review, we're obligated to deliver pressure at what PSI
The
at the meter?
the minimum working is between 35 and 55 PSI.
And we typically deliver it at about 40.
Safely, it's 40 to 50, 55 PSI. You generally don't want anything past 55 PSI because a lot of the older homes, the older appliances aren't set up to have deal with that pressure. Anything higher than that.
And if it drops below what level, we're required by TCEQ to do a boil water notice.
Anytime it drops below 20 PSI for a certain amount of minutes. I don't have the exact.
You didn't know.
But no,
I didn't tell you were going to have a prop test.
exactly. But I do know anytime that it drops down below 20 PSI.
Yeah, and again, I know that the boil water notices are a pain, and those will get better soon too. That's a legal requirement, regulatory requirement of TCEQ. Just because we issue a boil water notice doesn't mean necessarily that we suspect that it's not safe for consumption. It just means that we're required to do some testing to make sure that it's fine, and usually what triggers that is that pressure that's dropped below 20.
Correct.
So when the city replaced the meters, there was no PRV installed on individual homeowners' systems.
Not by the city.
Right. So anybody that had an existing system, got a new meter, probably doesn't have a PRV unless they
It's hit or miss, yeah,
unless they have installed one on their own.
correct. Because all of that's behind the meter.
And to Kevin's point, can't we just flush it out and get rid of that stuff? I worked, when I first got out of college, at a refinery, and when we would have a turnaround, you shut down part of the plant and do all kinds of maintenance. Well, the water system, they use a lot of water too. The water system would be taken out of service to clean it out, and we'd have to acidize the pipelines, the water lines, because the service lines would have an inch of calcium buildup all the way around, not just sitting in the bottom, but built up all the way around the inside of the pipe. And the only way to get it out was to run acid through there to, put it back
Break it
in a
up, yeah.
solution,
Mm-hmm.
to dissolve it, right? Put it back in a solution and flush it out. But you can't do that in a city system where you have
No.
a zillion connections because you don't have control over where the acid is going.
So as far as being a homeowner myself and working for the city, we cannot give recommendations on how the homeowner should do it. But what I can say, what I do in my house is that I generally would, disconnect after the meter. But with the city being there, having, open it up and having it flushed out a little bit, making sure that you're having that pressure and they close it back up, and then having your professional connect back on the other side of the meter. That would be an ideal way to flush it out
As a homeowner.
as a homeowner. Yes, sir.
Those, I mean, I think I know the answer to this, but I guess the meters that we installed don't have like a way to read pressure on them.
They can. I believe they
No,
do.
They do not. So the system contains 3 separate pressure sensors, but they're more in the main water lines. There was a model of water meter that did provide the pressure option. Ours is an upgrade. We didn't have that. But it is something that's kind of been in the back of our mind here on the staff level, because one of the things I think I inherited on the big list, which is the last time I referenced the big list from Ashley, was the concerns about the water pressures around town. There are some areas where, at least when I first got here, there are a few concerns about lower water pressures. And as those meters come to their end of life, it might be worthwhile dotting a couple around just for that benefit, or even just on all of them, depending on the price difference. Because I think it provides interesting data that then we can use to automatically issue boil water notices. Even though people don't like them, they are a valuable precaution.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, and one other thing, and I asked Izzy about to confirm before the meeting, we are replacing steel water lines with PVC water lines.
Correct.
Which are less likely
Correct.
to have the calcium buildup in them. So in addition to putting in new lines that won't generate that in the future, we're also taking out the old lines in those places that have the calcium buildup
Yes.
in them. So hopefully we are,
That's a good point. Good point.
It's a great point.
in several cases, we are reducing the potential for that to continue, but
No, that's
in the
an
meantime.
excellent point. Yes, we are doing that, and we are using best practices, and it will get better. I'm not going to promise, but
Yeah. No,
confident.
we still have some,
I'm
we still have
confident
some
it's going to
ductile
get better.
iron,
Yeah.
and yeah, but yeah, you're right. Everything's being replaced with PVC.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions for Izzy? All right, you were
Thanks for getting us through last week.
yes, yes. We had lots of back and forth. Thank you for that. I only got cranky once.
And not even too cranky.
Okay, we will move on to the consent agenda. Happy to take a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I would move approval of the consent agenda.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Ms. Brown, a second by Mr. McDuffie. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. 5 ayes, no nays. Motion carries. Thank you, council. Okay, with that, we will move on to, we sort of rearranged our public hearing and put it next to the regular agenda this time because these next 4 items sort of go together, but we will start with the public hearing. And I will open the public hearing on agenda item number 20 at 7:27 p.m. Agenda item number 20, public hearing on an ordinance amending Chapter 107, Section 107-3, and adding Section 107-85 of the Rollingwood Code of Ordinances related to playhouses and playscapes. And we'll recognize anyone wishing to testify on agenda item number 20. Just a reminder for council, we will do the public hearing and then we will go back to these items on the regular agenda here shortly. So you don't need to comment quite yet. Do we have anyone wishing to testify on agenda item number 20? Okay, and I see no hands raised online. With that, I will close the public hearing on agenda item number 20 at 7:28 and move on to agenda item number 21. We'll open a public hearing on agenda item number 21 at 7:28 for a public hearing on an ordinance amending Chapter 107, Section 107-3, and adding Section 107-84 of the Rollingwood Code of Ordinances related to mechanical equipment. Is there anyone here wishing to testify on agenda item number 21? I have no one registered to testify on agenda item number 21. Don't see anyone.
I've got my hand raised.
Oh, I'm sorry, Christopher. I'm blind, so I can't see you.
No worries, no worries.
And I didn't miss you on 20, did I? Are you here for 21?
I was there for 20, but I didn't have any questions on it. It's just for 21.
Okay. Because I'm happy to go back to 20 if you want me to.
Very kind of you. No, I'm good on 20.
Okay.
I just have questions on 21. So if I understand the way that the proposed ordinance is drafted, what we're saying is mechanical equipment is permitted in the side yards, and it is permitted in the backyard, as long as it is obstructed from public view, either with a fencing or vegetation. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So two questions on that. The first one, does this apply to existing structures, or are those grandfathered? And does it apply only to new construction? Or is this something that if we're in potential violation of this, we would then need to rectify retroactively?
No, you would be grandfathered, and we're happy to cover that a little bit too when we get to these items on the regular agenda. But to answer your question briefly, in this segment, you would be grandfathered and not required to bring those into compliance.
Got it.
But you would have a non-conforming structure that if you did make certain types of changes to your property, that then you would be required to bring those into compliance with the code.
Got it. Okay. No, thank you for clarifying. That helps. And then the public view, that definition strikes me as a bit broad. And you know, Phil knows my property, for example. I back up to Zilker Park, to the clubhouse, and I've got a generator in my backyard. If you walk through Zilker, that generator's in public view, but it's City of Austin public view. When you say public view, are you talking Rollingwood public view?
Go for it. I'll recognize Alan.
Yes, it would be from any public right of way.
Okay. So in my specific instance, as per the previous statement, then that generator is actually grandfathered in, and despite the fact that people from Zilker Park walking behind my house can potentially see it, especially in the fall and the winter, I wouldn't need to be concerned about having to do anything to cover it.
That's correct,
Got it.
unless you moved it.
But trust me, I completely over-indexed when I bought that thing, and it was in reaction to that big freeze that we had. I think I could probably power the whole street. So trust me, I have no desire to move that thing.
Don't make promises you're not interested in keeping. We will noted. Put that on the GIS, Izzy. We've got a new option for.
Well, I have on the Rollingwood Gentleman's Thread offered, you know, if there's a major power outage, I will happily charge everyone's phone in the neighborhood.
Okay, good, great, noted.
All right, those are my questions. Thank you. I
All right.
appreciate it.
And happy to, if you have any comments on if you think these should or shouldn't be adopted, happy to take those before we move in. But if you're done, that's totally fine.
Yeah, you know, it was the grandfathering that gave me the greatest concern, since it was not explicitly written. But if the things are grandfathered, then I have no intention of moving any of that stuff. So that's good.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, with that, we will close the public hearing on, I see no other hands raised. No one else came in to testify. Okay, with that, we will close the public hearing on agenda item number 21 at 7:32 p.m. All right, thank you, council. With that, we will move off of the public hearing portion of the agenda and move on to the regular agenda. And we will begin with agenda item number 22, which is a continuation of the previous discussion. Agenda item number 22, discussion and possible action on an ordinance amending Chapter 107, amending Chapter 107, Section 107-3, and adding Section 107-85 of the Rollingwood Code of Ordinances related to playhouses and playscapes. And Nikki, do you want to come up and just do a brief recap of what is here before council?
Sure. Good evening, council. So what you have before you in your packet is the ordinance for playhouses and playscapes. If you do look at it, it is adding a new definition for playhouse and a definition for playscape in the new section 107.85 for playhouses and playscapes. The ordinance that is in your packet does show some additional red lines. That was from the ordinance that we had created from legal, and then at the public hearing and last council or public Planning and Zoning Commission meeting earlier this month, they made some additional changes to things, and so that's what you're seeing with the red lines. If you have any questions on that, let me know. Yes, sir.
I gotcha. So I kind of forgot about this, but so you're saying like the whole thing is all this underlined text is new?
It's brand new, yes.
Okay. Can y'all just like walk through like what happened? Like it said P&Z, so P&Z like looked at this or something?
So actually,
Oh, I
last
didn't know P&Z. That's just
it was brought up last year, I believe last August,
Mm-hmm.
and was brought before council regarding a playhouse that was in question. There was a halt put on anything that would come resulting in any playhouses or playscapes being built, and this became the creation. It went to P&Z, which held kind of a smaller task group committee, and we kind of sat down with a few of those members, myself and Amanda Padilla with Charlie's firm, the planner, and just kind of talk through what a definition for a playhouse would be, what a definition for play structure would be, and kind of how we would regulate that. Currently, as our code stands, playhouses are under an accessory structure or building in our code, which in a short aspect requires that it be permitted. It is the same as you would be putting if you were putting a shed. So no more than 2 stories, less than 500
No.
square feet, which
No more than 1 story.
1 story. I'm so sorry. It can't be 2 stories. So sorry. Thank you. You can only have 1 per property. Those kinds of things. So it just seemed very regulatory when you had that. So we're still classifying it with our code as a playhouse. Currently is still staying as an accessory structure, but now we're narrowing it down, putting definitions to those, and putting those regulations as to what you can do or cannot do with a playhouse or playscape.
So, no, but that means that the other, like, applies still. The existing code that we have would still apply then to this?
Right. But then you're able to.
Is this like exceptions, this like makes it easier or
Yes,
something?
yes.
Or, like, okay.
Yes. So I'll just bring it, because I kind of understand where you're going. So letter A of section 107.85, line 46, is saying playhouses and playscapes are exempt from the regulations for accessory buildings or structures if they comply with the regulations outlined in this subsection. So it's still keeping it there, but now we're narrowing it down and kind of breaking it down.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Nikki. Any questions for Nikki on this one? I appreciate your work on this. Thanks for helping provide the support to planning and zoning for the discussion. It's whatever you'd like to do, council. Happy to take a motion.
I have a question.
Yes.
So what we have here in front of us with the underlining and then now the red underlining, that's what P&Z has recommended?
Yes, so P&Z did recommend for approval to council. I believe in the one sheet it does show, I believe this one was 5 to 2, 5 to 1, no, 6 to 1.
Yeah, I'm sorry we didn't include that, council.
It should be in the one sheet.
Hold on. It's in the one sheet for
It
22.
is.
It's in the one sheet for 22. Motion carried, 6 in favor and 1 opposed.
Yes, thank you.
And so if we want to adopt this, if we want to amend it and adopt something somewhat different, we would have to have a supermajority to pass something other than just approving what has been presented. Is that correct?
It's a great question, one that I asked earlier in the week. Not quite, because this is, go ahead.
I can defer to Charlie, but the answer is no.
But
Okay.
explain why it's no. So that we
Show
avoid
your thinking.
future confusion on when it is a supermajority
Show
vote.
your work.
This isn't a zoning classification change. In other words, this isn't the Planning and Zoning Commission recommending a denial of a rezoning or something like that.
Okay.
This is just a regulatory change, and they've made a recommendation, and you can amend it, change it as you see fit based on.
I
Internal
also thought it was
decision-making.
a supermajority vote until I asked that question. So
All right. Well, I'd like to state my view of it, if it's appropriate to do so now. I appreciate the need to clarify that playhouses and playscapes are not subject to all of the accessory building regulation and our whole, the broad scope of our building ordinances. I think that's helpful because, it's terrible for you to be in the position of a building official and technically being required to issue a stop work order on a playhouse. I'm sure that put you in a very uncomfortable position, and it really leads to absurd application of the law. And so appreciate, the fact that this issue has to come forward and we have to do something to clarify the code. That being said, my preference is that we not be regulating playhouses and playscapes unless we feel like we have to, and I just don't feel like we have to. And I would propose that we amend this ordinance that's in front of us, and on section 107-85, section A, we state playhouses and playscapes are exempt from regulations for accessory buildings or structures, period, and then delete the rest of section 107-85, which is the various regulations on side yards and height requirements and square footages and such, because my concern is that, number one, we're solving a problem that isn't a problem, and I don't like to do that. And two, I don't want anyone to feel like they're being particularly targeted or picked on because of their playhouse. And three, I've heard, different people express concerns and questions about, our swing set exceeds 12 feet in height, is that a problem? And, I just would rather have a lighter regulatory hand on playhouses rather than making new rules about them. That's just my view.
I second that view.
I have a very different view, because the whole reason this came up is because it was a problem. Because there was disagreement on whether or not a playhouse was regulated or not, and according to our current code, it is. And I am not opposed to playhouses or playscapes. My family was intimately involved in putting in the playscape in the park here, so we are huge fans of children's play. However, I am also a big fan of preserving the rights of neighbors, and and I'm also a fan of reducing the restrictions on playhouses, but not eliminating any restrictions on playhouses. Because without a definition and without clear limitations, you can put in all kinds of things that are, the breadth of what you could call a playhouse is huge. My grandchildren have a playhouse in their backyard that is 5 by 5 and 5 feet tall. It's a little bitty thing. I have no problem with that, but if you put something, and right now, an accessory building can only be one story. And if we are going to reduce the requirements, the restrictions on a playhouse, it needs to be because a playhouse is less intrusive than an accessory building. So the way this is currently written, there's no limit on how many stories a playhouse could be. It can be only 12 feet, but you can still make 2 stories in 12 feet. And when you have a second story and you're close to the fence, that puts people above the fence where they can look over the fence and into your neighbor's yard. It also makes it taller and more obtrusive for the neighbors who are looking out their window and across the fence. So I think that we do need to have limits. I think that one thing that was brought up in the P&Z meeting was a concern about green space, in that we are trying to preserve the the required yards and the green space between our homes. And in addition to that, right now, there is no limit on the size that a playscape can be. And if it doesn't have to go through permitting, there's no drainage assessment. And this is adding additional impervious cover, which we don't have a limit on, but we have setbacks that are one way that we reduce the drainage, and we have to evaluate that drainage when we get a permit for that. If you allow a playhouse of any size that somebody wants to build it, there is no restriction on how much more impervious cover is added. And once this is built, somebody can build it and call it a playhouse and not meet any of the requirements. But once it's there, there's no guarantee that it's going to remain a playhouse. And the size that is allowed in here, that's, I think we measured, and it's bigger than Nikki's office. You know, I mean, that would be a great size for somebody to convert to a home office. And then we're saying that you can put that in the yard. So I have an issue with that. I think we need to be very sure that when we are restricting, or when we are limiting the restrictions, that we are not letting people imperil their neighbors' enjoyment of their home, either by the views both directions or by drainage issues, and that we do preserve our green space and our drainage concerns, and we're on the recharge zone. So, you know, we need to make sure that we are maintaining our ability to appropriately recharge the aquifer as well. So those are my concerns.
So, may I respond and comment?
Sure.
on it? So, I'm all for defining, you know, this ordinance that defines what a playhouse is and what a playscape is. And for example, it says that a playhouse is a freestanding structure with a roof supported by walls designed as a toy for children's activities, which shall not be supplied by utilities. So I don't see that becoming a home office. You know, I think that that's enforceable for us to say that is, a home office is not a playhouse because it's not a toy for children's activities, and it would likely have utilities. I think if there are no utilities in it, that goes a long way towards ensuring that, you know, people don't abuse the ability to build a playhouse and turn it into a home office. The only part I'm talking about getting rid of is the stuff about, you know, what yard it can be in, the maximum height, how many square feet can be in the side yard, how many square feet in the other yard, you know, all of that stuff. And the reason I'm opposed to it is because, number one, I just don't think it's been a problem. I guess you and I just have a different view of the playhouse at issue here. But also, you know, you can't completely regulate people from doing things that might annoy their neighbors, you know, because you can get into things like, you know, what color are things going to be painted? I don't know if tree houses, for example, are allowed or prohibited at this point. But I built tree houses when I was a kid. I built 2-story playhouses for my nephews and nieces when I was in college, and as a landscaper and had a fence building business. I built plenty of playhouses. And I built my own playhouse in my backyard with my brothers, and I'm sure it would have been, you know, wouldn't have met code. I can tell you that. Anyway, I just wanted to make those responses.
Ms. Brown?
I have, I guess, 2 comments. One is, well, 3 comments. One is the way 10785 is drafted, you could have an unlimited number of playhouses and playscapes in a yard. And I don't know that that's second comment is that the provisions in D and E are really, as they came out of planning and zoning, were with the intent to allow an exception so that a playhouse could encroach into the setback, but not entirely occupy the setback. And so they should be seen in the form of an allowance as opposed to a restriction. Because we do say that the baseline for a setback is that there's nothing in the setback because that is intended to allow for space and air and privacy and accommodate people living next to each other, accommodate nuisance and noise and all that stuff. And so those should be looked at as an allowance, not a restriction in my view. And then third, I don't know that the square footage in the setback as opposed to the distance from the property line within the setback is the appropriate regulatory tool here. Because you don't want, you could have some very odd-looking buildings in the setback. You could have something go all the way to the property line beyond the fence, the way it's written, if you stay within the square footage, which I don't think is intended. And so I think we need to take a second look at D and E. I'm in favor of having, I would think we don't want a playhouse to extend beyond the fence. I think if it's going to extend, and that could be allowed under E on a corner lot, because on the corner side lot, because the restriction is only limited in terms of the curb. So on the side where you don't have a curb, you could go all the way to the property line. So I think there's some drafting issues with D and E. But my sense of it would be that we say that A through C be written so that it's a playhouse or playscape in the singular, and that we redo D and E so that we restrict, and D and E don't restrict playscapes. They only restrict playhouses. So playscapes meet your baseline, Kevin, because they can be in a required side yard and none of the C, D, or E requirements apply. So we're really talking about playhouses. My view would be we keep what's currently the code 1 story. We talk about, I would keep the setbacks free from a playhouse. We have some instances now where there are playhouses that are higher than the fence at the property line. And I, for one, would not particularly like that if my neighbor were to do that. It's not that I don't like kids or playhouses. I just like a little more privacy. So I don't know where the rest of the council would be on that, but that would be my point of view. I think we've got to send it back because I think there's technical drafting issues with D and E, but
Okay.
not
Yeah.
send it back to P and Z, but take a second stab at the drafting. Bring it back here next month.
Gotcha. Alec, and then we'll back up. I know we've got and I've forgotten the motion at this point. I know we had a motion and did you make a motion or
I didn't make a motion. I made a suggestion for discussion.
Okay.
But it wasn't in the form
That's
of
fine.
a
I didn't want to
motion yet.
I didn't want to cut you off from your motion.
So it was a little early to put in a motion. I want to hear
That's
what
why I let
everybody,
that's why I let you keep talking.
wanted
But
to hear what everybody thought
okay.
first.
All right, go ahead, Alec.
I just like, man, I like kids. I like the kids in the neighborhood. We got kids behind us. They have their swing set like right up on the fence, clearly not in
That
any
would
of the
still
stuff.
be allowed.
And none of this stuff bothers me. The kids grow up fast. Can I just say that? They grow up so freaking fast. I mean, I cannot believe I got college kid. She's graduating. Isabel's going off to college next year. It's crazy. know what? They outgrow these things really, really quickly. They'll use them for a couple years, and then you wish they were still able to use them. And I don't know. I'm just for the kids and for the playhouses, and that's like my position. And I don't want to regulate anything when it comes to that. So that's my position.
Noted.
Well, it sounds like I'm the only one who hasn't chimed in yet, so I'll go ahead and chime in.
Got to lead with kids.
Yeah, I know. I too love kids and have raised kids in my house, and we had a playscape, and you know, it was one of those cheap ones that eventually just falls down on its own and all that sort of thing. So I'm not in favor of regulating those type of things. I don't think that that's a big deal, nor do I think that what's being proposed here does that. I do think there is a slippery slope in that things could go to ridiculous proportions if left unaddressed completely. So I am in favor of addressing it to some degree and putting in what I think are, you know, very reasonable and slight modifications to Councilmember Brown's point, you know, going up to the property line or being perhaps on corner lots, becoming a sightline issue that could cause traffic issues and that type of thing. I think currently, you know, that type of thing should be regulated. So I don't think what's being proposed here, I think they did a good first cut. I do think, to Councilmember Brown's point, that there are things that need to be addressed as well with this. I am not in favor of over-regulating and over being intrusive, and I would like to see, you know, P&Z or us draft something that we could find agreement on. But I do think there is room for minimal restriction, with the understanding that, you know, to Alex's point, you know, if kids do grow up quickly, if you've got something and it's obviously a temporary kind of structure that's very different from something that doesn't appear to be a temporary structure, appears to be very permanent. And I do think, you know, I think addressing this and saying what's a playscape, what's a playhouse, and putting some degree of reasonable limit on it, which can always be revisited and readjusted. If we decide we've overreached and we've made it too restrictive, and somebody says, you know, gosh, I really want to do this, then it can be revisited, and we could look at something and expand it over time. I mean, any of this stuff can be adjusted over time, but I do think there is a need to put in some boundaries. So that's where I'm at.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. All right, everybody's kind of weighed in. Happy to take. Oh, yes,
Can
ma'am.
I just say, can
Sure.
I make one more comment?
Yep.
Also, I'm a little confused by part of the definition of playscape, because I don't understand what the solid floor at grade level or within 48 inches of grade is supposed to be addressing. I would think that you would prefer to have it within 48 inches as opposed to even higher than that. So this doesn't limit it from having a floor higher than 48 inches. It just says it can't be lower than 48 inches. And before the meeting, I went out and checked our city playscapes over here, and all of the platforms on the toddler playscape are less than 48 inches, so none of those would be allowed under this. And several of them on the left side. And several of the platforms there are less than 48 inches also, so I don't understand what, so I would like us to address that also and clarify.
That is a-
To me, the issue on a playscape is not the floor, it's walls.
So let me just have Nikki, do you know the answer to that question?
Yes, so that was added in by the P&Z. It was addressing questions regarding impervious coverage. And so they were talking about what would have impervious coverage. And so they were saying anything that has a solid floor would technically be increasing the impervious coverage for that. And so with no solid floor, and I think it's differentiating between playhouse and playscape, where a playscape is more, I do understand the platform thing, but I think in the minds of what we're trying to define
Maybe the distinction was the solid as opposed to,
Exactly.
because the floors that we have are mesh,
like mesh.
like, a grating, whatever, so
Yeah.
they're, okay.
I have the same recollection. I believe it was to allow the floor to be high enough for sunlight to go there so the grass could grow, so that when it rained, it wouldn't just cause erosion,
Right.
Okay,
and it would allow for better infiltration when it did rain.
okay, all right. So if we're, that makes sense. If it's a distinction between a solid floor versus any kind of floor.
Right.
That makes sense, okay.
So I will make a motion if it's a good time to do that.
I'm happy to accept one.
All right. So my motion is that we adopt the proposed ordinance 2025-09-17-22 with some amendments. The first amendment being on the definition of playscape, where it says playscape means a freestanding structure that is mostly enclosed, has no solid floor. I would delete at grade level or within 48 inches of grade. Just delete that phrase and leave the rest of the definition the same, so that basically a playscape is one that has no solid floor. And then I would propose that on section 107-85, that section A be amended to read, playhouses and playscapes are exempt from regulations for accessory buildings or structures, period, and then delete the rest of section 107.85. And one of the reasons I'm proposing that we do it this way is I think that we can go ahead and make sure that playhouses and playscapes are not governed by our,
Okay, let me get your motion, and
Okay.
then you can have discussion
Sorry.
about it. That's okay. So you have a motion to adopt the resolution as proposed with amendments to line 42, striking at grade level or within 48 inches of grade, and striking after, putting a period after structures on line 47, and striking the remainder of the section.
correct.
Okay, you have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Mr. Glasheen, a second by Mr. Robinson. Now you can discuss.
Well, and what I was gonna say about this approach is that I understand there's some appetite from some members of council to further regulate playhouses and playscapes, which I think we could take up later. And I think at this point, we could make it clear that our building ordinances and permitting process is not intended to cover playhouses and playscapes, so that we don't have somebody who tries to build a playhouse and gets a stop work order, for not having a building permit. And people can proceed with playhouses and playscapes. If we feel like we need to regulate playhouses and playscapes further, I think that we can, consider that as those things, those regulations are drafted and proposed and brought forward in the future.
Okay.
Anyway.
All right, any other comments? All right, hearing none, we'll try voice vote first. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say no.
No.
Okay, and now we'll do a roll call because I can't hear which ones are which. Ms. Brown,
No.
Ms. Robinson. What?
No.
No?
Yeah.
Oh, she said no. well, okay.
All right.
Mr.
got-
Basheen.
I'm gonna vote for my motion.
Mr. McDuffie?
No.
The
Ms.
cheese
Hudson.
stands
No.
alone.
There being 4 ayes, 4 noes, 1 aye, motion fails. All right, that's back before you, council, for any remaining motions.
Can we just table this for now?
Sure
and,
can.
And I'm happy, Brooke, you wanna
I'll take a
work
stab
with,
at
well,
a
I mean,
draft
we can, I'm happy to work with you to
Yes.
tweak this and come up with something that seems a compromise between less restrictive than what we currently have, but not a free-for-all.
Agreed. I'm happy to join in with you on that effort.
Okay.
And are we interested in putting this forward in front of P and Z again, or?
I don't think P and Z wants it again.
Okay, well, I don't want it again either, but that doesn't mean that we don't need to address it.
So the options before you could just take no action, move off of it, or if you do anticipate wanting to take some action on it, then I would recommend that you postpone to a time certain, that time being probably next month. Since you have had your public hearing on it this evening, that gives certainty to the public as to when it would come back.
It works for me. You need a motion?
I do need a motion.
Move that we defer action on this until the October City Council meeting.
You have a motion postponed until time certain, that being the October regular meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Hudson, a second by Ms. Brown. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no.
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 There being 3 ayes, 2 nays, motion carries. Thank you, council. And we will move on to agenda item number 23. Discussion and possible action on an ordinance amending chapter 107, section 107-3, and adding section 107-84 of the Rollingwood Code of Ordinances related to mechanical equipment. Nikki?
Yes. Okay, so the agenda item before you is the ordinance for mechanical equipment, and this is with allowing an actual definition of what mechanical equipment is, separating it out into mechanical equipment is the swimming pool equipment, the air conditioning, heating units, and your household generators. The reason this is brought forward and kind of stirred discussion with P&Z is, as of currently, mechanical equipment, any heating, air, swimming pool equipment, and generators, they are treated as structures, meaning they cannot be in setback. So when you are designing your home currently, if you have your pool equipment, when you're doing your, you're building a new house, generally you have your home, they are extending, setback to setbacks, and then you're putting typically how you would put an AC unit on the side of your home, but it's then cutting into additional space of your required yard. So what we were trying to do was trying to create, what would be allowable, what wouldn't be, what would make more sense, rather than in the zoning review saying, no, you cannot put this there, because there was nothing defining what it was. So, again, just like playhouses and playscapes, this is bringing forward a definition for that mechanical equipment and showing, giving regulations as to where they can be placed.
So there was discussion at the P&Z, and they were more concerned about the screening than the location. And I think I'm more concerned about the location than the screening, personally. But in looking over this, one thing that caught my eye when I was reading the section 107-84, where it says mechanical equipment is prohibited in the required front yard. intention was that it's not visible from the street, so that you would need to restrict it from being in front of the house, not just not in the required front yard. Because if the house is back from the setback, you have, or part of it, so not all houses are flush all the way across and all the way up to the, the building, allowable building line. You could have space that would be in front of the house, but not in the required yard, and that would not restrict putting the mechanical equipment in there. So that's one thing that I think that the intention of P&Z was that they wanted it to not be visible, which would mean that you should not allow that in front of the house at all. And so I would clarify that.
Could I ask a clarifying question there? Would you move the screening requirement as a standalone requirement so that if it would be screened, even if it's in front of the house in the situation you describe? Or would you, how would you carve out that it could be in the front yard, but not, how would you describe the limit you would put on it in the front yard?
Well, the way I drafted it up, and I'm completely fine with something different than this, but I just said mechanical equipment is prohibited in the required front yard or between the house and the front yard. But,
In
I
front
mean,
of
I
the
think
qualified
that
building.
gets at what one of the concerns of P&Z was, is just to block
I've had,
the view.
I've had one homeowner contact me and tell me they were concerned about this because they've got mechanical equipment that would become, they want to know if it'd be grandfathered because it would be affected by this. And I said, yes, it would, but the problem with that is that then when your HVAC condenser goes out and you want to replace it, that may trigger a requirement that the whole thing be relocated.
Typically, you have
Typically, the
in-kind
structure,
replacement.
the pad still stays in that.
Yeah,
You're
and
just taking the unit out and putting it back in. Now, if you were gonna add, which I know they don't even do nowadays, but say you only had one unit, now you're putting in 3. Obviously, you're gonna have to expand it. That's expanding it. Not likely, but
In-kind replacement is usually maintains its grandfathered status. Anyway, there was that, and then on the screening, to address Chris Bray's comment, we could change what was B2, whatever, to say the equipment shall be screened from rolling wood street view using either vegetative or structured screening, because I think that's really what we're concerned about. I don't think anybody is worried that people in the city of Austin can see it, and public view, can you see it from the park here? That would be public view, and so if you're looking in somebody's backyard, that shouldn't be an issue.
It's too vague.
So if you say public, I was just gonna say from street view, but
typically you would
to
say
his
like
concern,
right of way.
because that would still be from a street, but it's just not a Rollingwood street. So if we say Rollingwood public street, then that would address that. I would still like to leave the minimum setback requirements in. We just went through a whole process on projections where we restricted projections into the side yard closer than 10 feet. And so this, to me, mechanical equipment, same sort of thing as a projection. And I would like to keep that restriction in place because that's another concrete pad that addresses the drainage. you know, affects the drainage. And I would like to keep a little buffer in there and leave the 10 foot from the property line minimum requirement in there.
And so that would mean you could, if you had a situation with a side setback of 10 feet on one side and 15 on the other, you could have it on the side if you're within the 5 feet of the house, 5 feet of the building line. You'd be 10 feet from the 10 feet from the property line. So you could still have it in a side yard in that situation.
I'm really not
Which
wild
I
about it
think a
being.
lot of people do. I
Right.
think a lot of houses fit that scenario.
I'm not wild about it being 10 feet from the rear property line, because then that's, you know, not close to the house, but I at least think the minimum 10 feet should be maintained.
So may I ask a question? So you would be okay 10 feet from the rear property line? Was that what you were saying? But
Well-
not,
The way it's proposed right now, there's no restrictions on the side and rear yard. P&Z proposed taking out the minimum setback
Yes.
altogether.
yes.
And
I
that would
understand.
mean you could put that right up to your fence line in the back.
Well, I was asking about your alternative. You said something about the rear yard was okay because it's further from the house. And
No.
I wasn't following you on
I
that.
said the way this is worded, what was in there originally was a minimum of 10 feet from the property line. I would prefer it not to be that close in the backyard, but I'm better with it 10 feet than being able to be all the way up to the fence. So, those are my comments.
And I am with you on those proposals.
I think given the fact that a lot of times there's a pool or something in the back, and this is probably addressing part of that, like, I think that's why it might be just the cleanest thing to just say 10 feet all around, 10 feet on the sides and the back would be what I would think is appropriate.
I mean, the alternative is just say it has to all be in the building footprint, which is clear also.
Understand that, but people aren't gonna do that with their pool, so that's just.
Where the pool has to be in the building
I
area.
understand. That's where I'm thinking that's a bridge too far, perhaps.
Alec?
I was just gonna say, this is one of those times I think that the P&Z gave us something really good here. I kind of like the way it's written. I do love the idea of the rolling wood street, because, like, the house, whatever, the clubhouse, like, who cares, like, what it looks like back to them. But, I'm also kind of in favor of the stripe on line 38, 39, keeping that out. I mean, I'm just thinking about my house. It's not a huge house. We have AC units in the side yard, and I know that they're less than 10 feet from the property line, and I've never had, to best my knowledge, maybe my neighbor next to me just hates me, I don't know, but I've never had a single complaint about it. So that's why I'm just like, I think they gave it a good go here. Say just pass it as is. Maybe add the rolling wood street view.
I would support that.
Okay, happy to take any motions of any sort.
I make a motion that we adopt the ordinance as recommended by P&Z.
We have a motion by Mr. Glasheen. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Glasheen and a second by Mr. Robinson. Further discussion, council? All right, hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no.
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 I'll do a roll call real quick. I didn't hear them all. Ms.
No.
Brown? No. Alec?
Yes.
Kevin?
Yes.
Phil?
No.
Sarah?
No.
Being 2 ayes and 3 noes, motion fails. Happy to recognize anyone for an additional motion.
I move of ordinance 2025-09-17-23 with the following alterations from what has been recommended by the Planning and Zoning Commission. Under section 107-84, the definition of mechanical equipment and required yards, change A to add after the existing sentence or between the house and the front yard, and the required front yard. And then leave in lines 38 and 39, and on line 40, change the phrase from public view to from Rolling Wood Street view.
You have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Hudson, a second by Ms. Brown. The motion is to adopt the ordinance and add on line 35 or between the house and the required front yard, to unstrike the language in line 38 and 39, and to strike public and add the word Rolling Wood Street view to line 40. Is there further discussion, council? Hearing none, we'll just start with a roll call vote. Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Robinson?
No.
Mr. Glasheen?
No.
Mr. McDuffie?
Yes.
Ms. Hudson?
Yes.
Being 3 ayes, 2 nays, motion carries. All right, thank you, council. We will now move off of agenda item number 23 onto agenda item number 24. Discussion and possible action to grant the mayor authority to issue a request for proposal for street paving of the prioritized streets as outlined and adopted by City Council in the 2024 Pavement Priorities Plan, and to execute a contract, if necessary, for those services in an amount not to exceed the appropriation adopted by City Council in the 2025-2026 adopted budget. I tried to be very descriptive in this posting so that you didn't think it was a power grab, but it is not. It is trying to execute on actions that you've previously adopted, including tonight with your adoption of the budget. We are a little bit under the gun on this one, and I need to try to work with staff and work with engineers to try to get something out quickly. And it's still no guarantee that we'll be able to catch the current schedule of AO, but there's a reasonable chance. And I don't know if AO would win the bid, but AO is going to be in the neighborhood in the next 30 or 45 days. It is reasonable to think that they would bid on a project like this that would be taking basically that $500,000 that you just put in the budget and trying to do some of those projects that we've talked about that you've previously adopted and prioritized for street paving. Anyway, it's reasonable to think that they would bid on it. It's reasonable to think that they would have a good number on that bid, because there already would be their mobilization costs would already be covered because they're going to be here, right? If those dollar amounts are off, or if it takes an odd turn of some sort, would certainly bring it back. But this is just trying to at least give us a chance of catching them before it's too late, to try to get some numbers in the door before you would meet next month. If for some reason it looks like their schedule is getting further out and we still have time by the time you would meet again, then we would bring that back to you for consideration. But anyway, that's what we're trying to accomplish here.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
I would move that we grant the mayor authority to issue a request for proposal for street paving in the amount of not to exceed $500,000 as described in this agenda item.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Brown, a second by Mr. McDuffie. Further discussion, council? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. All right, Alan, we got to get to work. So we'll report back. Hopefully this works. If not, we'll be visiting about it again. So, okay, moving on to agenda item number 25. Discussion and possible action on a recommendation from the Park Commission to hire a landscape architect to design and define parking areas, plant trees, and landscape locations for park improvements for up to $17,000 to be funded by RCDC. There will be a number of park-related items that we'll talk about this evening, so some of them may seem at face value to sort of overlap, but they really don't. But we asked Melissa Morrow to be here this evening to talk to us a little bit about this Park Commission recommendation. Melissa?
Melissa Morrow, 2502 Timberline Drive, and the Parks Commission Chair. We worked with RCDC for the funding, so y'all don't have to spend any money. We really worked closely. We came to you all a few months ago and just kind of flew the idea around. And you can see in the packet, you get an idea of what we're talking about. We're basically asking for landscape design and construction documents so that we can go and bid once we have a design and get competitive bids for the project itself. The approval that we got from RCDC includes an extra $2,000 for topos that we need in addition to the survey that has already been done. And we already also have funded, the RCDC is already funding the trees. We're just waiting. We really want to get the parking done first so that we aren't changing our mind about where we have just planted a tree. This also includes the entrance area where the dumpster is right now. We hope to improve that entrance area. The kinds of surfaces that we're talking about when we talk to both the RCDC and at Parks Commission, we're talking about and I'm not going to use the exact technical term for it, but I keep calling it like the honeycomb, or it's a pervious kind of product that basically allows either grass or gravel to be in it, so it will allow rain to come through it. It should also decrease the heat that asphalt or something like that would be. It's possible that when we get this design, and when you look at the picture, that it may be that there's asphalt in the very middle part of the east lot, and then it will be able to use the honeycomb on either side, or it may be that we can use the honeycomb throughout, but we're kind of waiting for them to give us their expertise on what will last a long time, what will be safe, what will make it easy for people to see where the parking is. This is really something that has been prioritized by the Parks Commission because of the way that the parking lot is now. It's very unorganized. When we have a game day come up or swim meet, people oftentimes block each other in, park in ways that make it unsafe for kids crossing and moving throughout the parking lot. So we would want to design this so that it's safer, more cars can park in it. One of the options to it, and we'll wait and see how much that costs, is you'll see about middle way, or really 2/3 of the way north on the east parking lot is we're contemplating a gate. It would just be a simple swing gate so that when we're not in season for baseball, that area could be cut off and we would not park cars in the north lot. It would be an extra green space, a place where we don't have to, when we're looking at the park, don't have to see cars surrounding every part of the park. That's pretty much it. So I'm happy to take any questions you have or thoughts. I know, as you mentioned, there's another item farther, I think two down from us, that Kevin has brought about the sprinklers. And when I was out there, when they went to get the bid for that, to talk about one of the things that we are doing or recommending is moving the fence line in on fields 3, 4, and 5. And I do want to mention that I did talk to Jay Weintraub, who's the president of Western Hills Little League, and also Chad Smith, who's their past president, about how they would feel about us moving that fence in. And they said if we could get organized parking, it's a great trade-off for them.
Well, thank you so much for all y'all's work on this and for your leadership on the Park Commission. I personally think it's very exciting to see you guys come forward with such, thoughtful proposal and, a real much needed improvement to address the parking situation. And so I'm completely in support of it. The one thing I would ask that you could consider doing is when y'all deal with the landscape architect, one thing they can do for you is give you cost estimates on your alternatives before you send it out to bid. So you don't have to send it out to bid and have them bid it 3 ways, like concrete, asphalt, and this pervious, I'll call it honeycomb parking since that's what we're calling it. Instead, your architect can give you cost estimates on those 3 things so that we can then decide which one we'd want to send out to bid based on a cost-benefit analysis. I love the idea of trying to get the green space parking with pervious cover, but it may be impractical from a cost-wise. And then, costs vary between asphalt and concrete all the time. And so, but these folks that do this can use a square yardage takeoff to give you estimates. And I think it'd be great to have cost estimates even before we go out to bid it, so we can have the budget lined up, whether it's through RCDC or through us or some combination. That way, you have the cost estimates, we get a pre-approval from us or RCDC. Then when you do a bid, you can immediately accept the bid. Otherwise, if we go get bids from a bunch of people, they're not going to want to bid it because they know how cities are. And then, we take 4 or 5 months to get it all approved, and then the bids are expired. So cost estimates could be very helpful. That's my only suggestion.
If you don't mind, I want to take this real quick.
Yeah.
So I did a back of the envelope in my most optimistic vision of how this could play out. And that would be that you all approve this tonight. And tomorrow, Alan calls Sitio Design and hires them, and they start on a design right away. And we would have a subcommittee of perhaps the Parks Chair, Victoria, Lori from Parks, Alex Robinette, who's been helping us, Kevin perhaps, and Colin from RCDC, to kind of give some of that other good feedback during the process of them designing it, so that when they come back October 14th, perhaps with a design, go to Parks for approval for construction bids, and then October 15th, design goes to City Council. October 20th, design goes to RCDC just for an update on design for construction bids. November 10, Parks makes a recommendation on the bid. November 17, RCDC approves the funds for project based on the proposal. November 19, City approves project and bid. December 1, construction begins. March 1, construction is complete. And otherwise, we have to wait until probably May 15th to August. So looking at the windows, and then not plant the trees until next November. Either way, I'm happy to get it done within the year, but I have thought a little bit about timeline. And even thinking about your sprinkler project could happen in May.
Well, appreciate all the thought you put into it.
I was gonna say, the November date you mentioned, are you going back to RC, what are the, how much is it gonna cost to actually finish the swing on this whole thing?
So one of the things that was really important to the Parks Commission was when we asked RCDC for this $17,000 was that they would be, obviously I couldn't ask them to vote on the project, but if the project was somewhere in the $250,000 to $300,000 realm, that would they feel comfortable supporting it? And they said yes. Because we said, we don't want you to approve a plan that's going to go sit on a shelf, and you guys are the ones who are going to fund it, most likely. And so they did feel good about that.
Excellent work.
Okay, yes, thank you. Excellent work as always. Okay, the process here, council, is, so Park Commission made the recommendation, RCDC, I will interpret this as them approving this this as an approved project, has RCDC moved that the RCDC approve a $15,000 request for landscape architect services and $2,000 for topo survey services to address the feasibility of this plan. That motion carried. So RCDC has approved the project and has approved the funding. As you know, that then comes before council, and then you have to approve on top of RCDC's approval. So what's before you, if you want to move forward with this, is to approve the RCDC project as presented.
So moved.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown, a second by Mr. McDuffie. Further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Please convey that to everyone. Thank you again.
The next item?
And we will move on to, yes, don't go far.
Yep.
We'll move on to agenda item number 26, discussion and possible action on a recommendation from the Park Commission to appropriate remaining funds from the alternative plan to the retaining wall project to improve the playscape at Rolling Wood Park. Melissa?
So, as you all have seen, we did this amazing wall that turned into, instead of being a $50,000 project, a $30,000 project. So we saved money and made it even more beautiful than we even any of us have imagined. And so one of the things that Alex and some other people pointed out to us is adjacent to that beautiful area, we have our playscape, which has some what some people consider unsightly plastic, brown stuff going around the park. The movement in parks and playscapes right now is to make things look more natural, which goes very much along with our aesthetic in the area that Gomez just improved, and what we're hoping we'll do in the entrance area and around the parking lot that was just approved. And so this is a request for to approve. I believe there's a picture in there, and then even drawings, and a bid from Gomez to come back, and basically for $10,500 plus $1,500 of rocks, do that improvement. I'm not coming to you this time with the ability to say that RCDC is going to fund it, because we had not yet taken this to the Parks Commission. That happened the day after, but we did mention it to RCDC. They were intrigued by it, but because Parks hadn't passed it, we couldn't really bring it to RCDC. So it's coming to you all really to get your blessing first. And if you approve it, you have three options. One, you could just tonight say, hey, we're going to use some of our city funds and we'll pay $12,000 and fund it. You could say, hey, we'd like to see you go to RCDC and ask for the money. Or you could say, I think you need to go ahead and activate that Friends of Rolling Wood collection system and get some of our neighbors to pay for it. Or I believe that we will be on the Rolling Wood Women's Club agenda in November for a possible funding. Or it could be something that all three of you come together and give a little bit to.
I think there might be another possibility, and I have a question for, I guess, procedural question about that.
State your question.
If we went ahead and funded it now and said we're going to fund it with, we're going to approve the funding for it, could we then go and present it to RCDC and ask them to reimburse it? So we approve funding, and then, you know, if RCDC agrees to fund it, reimburses us, and if they don't, then that's fine, we go ahead and pay for it.
I am advised by council that that is a possibility. I'll say I think that's a bad habit. So we can do it. Yes, let's just not always do it that way. But and the only reason I say that, because I do think it's good to have RCDC buy-in prior to going down that road. But that said, I think this one probably would be well received.
And it's a fairly small amount of money. I mean, if it was a lot of money, I'd say let's go to RCDC. If it, you know, it was $100,000, and
Yeah.
I'd say let's go get their buy-in. But for this amount of money, I think it's reasonable to lump it in with something else later that we present to them, and go ahead and agree to fund it now. say with the provision that we intend to ask RCDC later to reimburse us for it if they're willing to. And if not, fine.
They paid for the retaining wall alternative,
Mhm.
so they had already approved $50,000 for that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So they've, it's right there in the same location, so it's kind of an extension of what they've already paid for.
Yeah, and I will just make the point that there's some discussion about it coming out of savings. It's, I mean, splitting hairs here. It's the same pot. Like there is no. Those weren't earmarked. Like they don't stay. Like it's just.
I understand, but they
Yes.
were willing to spend $50,000
Yes.
for what we've already done, and this is right in the same area, and
Yeah.
so it's kind of a continuation of what's already been done, and so
Yes,
it would
I
seem
agree.
reasonable to think that they would be willing to approve that.
Yes. It would. Um,
So I guess I would make a motion that we approve the requested expenditure and that we,
ask
Yeah,
RCDC
ask-
to approve it as an approved project.
yeah. And if they don't, that's fine, we'll still fund it.
There you go.
And if I can jump in a second, just to note, the quote we have from Gomez there did expire at the end of August sometime. I doubt it would be wildly dissimilar, but it might behoove the council to add a little bit, to allow some discretion in that quote there, just in case prices have changed. I can't imagine it really has.
Probably not shipping the boulders in from China.
Probably not.
Okay. All right, you have a motion by Mr. Glasheen. Is there is there a second? If there's a discrepancy in the bid, then we'll come back. But you have a motion by Mr. Glasheen, a second by Mr. McDuffie. My discussion, council, is do please take a look at these drawings. Obviously, we'll get it just as close to that as possible, but I assume this general design for this design build project is to your liking, council? Because we'll kind of oversee this and make sure that it's done generally to these drawings. Okay. All right, with that,
Yeah, the only
yes, sir.
discussion point I wanted to say is, like, I love this idea. I think our CDC will approve it, but I just want to follow the process of our CDC first. And so
That's
maybe
fair.
why I probably
Sounds good.
So you want to wait until
Well,
October the
Yeah, it's just
20th?
We have to wait, whatever, just follow the process.
Do we need to put a price limit on the motion?
It would be wise.
Yes, I was going off the 12,000, but
Yeah, that's what I
Okay.
said as requested, so that's
All
why
right. I interpret your motion to mean as presented in the one sheet at $12,000. Okay.
I think there's no need to buffer.
Okay, all those, any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no.
No.
Being four ayes, one nay, motion carries. Thank you, council. Thank you, Melissa.
Okay. I'll hang
Um,
out, but I think this is Kevin's.
You're correct. Moving on to agenda item number 27, discussion and possible action to expend funds over appropriated amounts for the design of a replacement sprinkler system and soil and sod upgrades in the upper park. I will momentarily recognize Mr. Glasheen to open up. I will just point out in your attachments, you will see the project description as Gavin Massengill as the client on behalf of Rolling Wood. I did not solicit this, so I just wanted to be clear about that. I'm happy to have it, and I'm happy that Kevin did the legwork on it, but I didn't want you to think that I went and solicited
Right, and sorry about that.
You're not gonna pay for it.
Yeah,
Well,
this is
Got your signature
this is
at the
Kevin's.
bottom, too.
I'm happy to be on the contract
They
and
sent over a proposal to me in my name, and my development manager said, "Should this be in your name?" And I said, "No."
stick the mayor
So
on
it
there,
goes to
yeah.
the city.
Exactly.
It's not for me, but
All good.
anyway, the way this came about was that, we did a couple of years ago, Phil McDuffie and I and a bunch of volunteers in the community did a lot of work on the fields to put in some more soil and put in some sod, which we did, and I think we got a really good improvement out of the effort that we put in there. But since then, I worked with our Public Works Director, Mr. Para, and we worked with Site One, which is John Deere Landscapes, to come up with a plan to do weed control and fertilizer on the fields to try to bring them up to standards. And Mr. Para and his team have been following the scheduled recommended applications, which is 4 times a year, both pre-emergent, post-emergent, and fertilizer as recommended by John Deere Landscapes. And we've been watering the fields, and we still have not great-looking fields. I mean, they're substandard. And so what's the problem? Well, there's 2 problems. One is a lot of that soil in those fields is very poor soil. It was construction fill originally. We added some topsoil. We tried doing some plug extraction aeration and some top dressing, and it worked a little bit, but it's not, you can't fix the soil with that. And the other problem is a lot of the grass we have is common Bermuda. It's not a hybrid turf grass, so it doesn't tolerate foot traffic very well, and it doesn't turf up and prevent weeds from growing very well. And so it really needs an improved hybrid sod laid down. But really the fundamental problem and the basic problem is our sprinkler system just doesn't work very well. And it's a very, very old system. When we first started working together on it, I worked with Mr. Para, and Mr. McDuffie's been out there working on it too. And we didn't even have a map of the system when we started. We didn't know where the valves were. We didn't know which heads were on which zones, and so we mapped the system. We hired a guy, the city hired a guy to come out and map the system. He's the guy that maintains the Zilker Park system for the city of Austin, and he works on the side on weekends, which this council authorized some expenditure to hire him. He came out, mapped the system, did as much as he could. We also had other companies come out and look at it and try to fix the system. And the conclusion that we kept getting over and over again is this system needs to be replaced. It's too old to fix, and it wasn't even originally designed well enough to cover the grass properly. So the heads are too far apart in some cases. We've got pressure fluctuation issues. We have heads of different specifications on there. We have valves that fail pretty often. And so we can't even tell you where all the wires are that go to all the valves. So it's very, very difficult to maintain. And then the next thing we decided to do was I asked Mr. Para, okay, well, why don't we get some bids for a new sprinkler system to bring to council and to the city and say, do we want to get a new sprinkler system? And the problem is we couldn't get anyone to bid it. And the reason we couldn't get anyone to bid it is because it's not designed. So really, when you go to some sprinkler system guy and you say, hey, bid us a sprinkler system, you're really asking them to design it and install it. And when you go to a couple different contractors, they don't know which one's going to get the job. They don't want to spend the time and the money designing your system if they're not going to get the job. And even if they bid on it, it wouldn't be apples to apples, because one guy might design one specification and another contractor might give you a different specification with maybe a different number of heads and different layout. And so then we came up with the idea of getting a professional to design the system that we could then send out for bid. And it'll be all spec'd out. It'll be designed. It would say, this is where the lines go, this is where the heads go, this is how many heads, these are how many gallons per minute. And when you're out there tearing that whole field up to put in a new sprinkler system, that's a great time to improve the soil, maybe bring in I don't know what the architects would recommend, but 1 or 2 or 3 inches of sandy loam with organic material that would prevent compaction so you don't have a hard packed surface, and then lay new hybrid sod across the whole thing so you get to start with a perfect field. And so the design process in this is we got a bid for a design. I think it's $12,000 is what the contract provides, but they would it spells out in there that they would design the system. We met them on site. Melissa was gracious enough to take some time out of her day to come out and meet with us too, to kind of discuss coordinating, if we have to adjust it when we move the fence and this and that. And Melissa Morrow also asked some good questions like what other what other ball fields have you designed? And they're a big professional design service coming in. Yeah, they had designed some ball fields in I don't know where that was, out in west of here. But I just know them to be very capable firms. So anyway, that's the proposal that's here in front of us. I'd like to hire them, get the design. Then once we get the design, I'd like to see if they'll give us some cost estimates so that we could talk to RCDC or consider amongst ourselves how we would want to fund this project. Right now, I don't have any idea what it would cost. It could be $100,000, it could be $200,000. I have no idea. But I think once these guys do the design work, they can give us cost estimates, and then we could talk to RCDC about funding the project. And I've brought it up to them before, and they've expressed some positive interest, but we've not presented it to them for a decision. So that's what's in front of you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Glasheen. Ms. Brown?
I am all for what's in the one sheet, the design of an improved sprinkler system and the improved soil specs. But I have a disconnect when I see the language of the artist's bid.
I do too.
It says design concepts for 3 revised sports fields.
Yes.
Yeah,
Landscape improvements.
that's not what we asked them to do.
That's my disconnect.
No, that should be struck out.
That's why I made sure to let you know I didn't ask for this.
Yeah. The proposal, I think you're making a good point. The proposal doesn't need to include those things and should not include those things. I don't know if it.
And I don't see sprinkler system in it.
It's in there. It's in, it's under 5. It's the irrigation plans for bidding, permitting, and construction purposes. Really, it should be limited to,
Well, that's based on a planting plan.
I think there's
think they mean
probably
sodding.
some stock language, but all it is sod. So I think we can clarify this proposal if we accept it and send it back to make it clear that it's just for soil on the ball fields and sod on the ball fields and an irrigation system.
I suspect that they knew what they were bidding, but didn't have the history that we do with the park, and so I think what they put in here, we probably read more into it. But I agree with you; it needs to be definitely revised. So I would say if the council's desire is to pass this, just be real specific in your motion, and then we'll go back and get another bid from them, or we'll have them clarify all that.
I had one other question. How do you see this, the way the proposal, the way the one sheet agenda item's written, it's sprinkler system for the ball fields only. How's that gonna work with the sprinkler system for the landscaped area, around the perimeter of the ball fields?
So we talked to them about that and on site. And again, I think this has to do with clarifying this proposal, which needs to be clarified, okay? But we talked to them about to put in a system that goes ahead and replaces all the sprinkler systems on the ball field so that that'll be functional, but that would tie in to the rest of the existing system and allow us to then move ahead and replace the rest of the system as needed.
How do those tie in?
So right now, there's 2 controllers, and the ball fields, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. They're all kind of mixed in between both those controllers, and that's what we're wanting to do is separate ball fields from everything else that's going around with the bubblers and all the rest of the irrigation system around the park.
So you just have to
Yeah, no, yeah. That's why this has to be
it's like hunt and peck.
No, yeah. Right now it's just there was and we've done a good job with the guys where we've actually done some of the separation, but it's been a lot of cut and paste. There's been a lot of Band-Aids here. It needs to start from square one. We need a new irrigation system.
Or, how will you, I'm just worried about will that, I think it needs some provision in here that it's gonna maintain the irrigation for the rest of the park area during that construction phase, and I think it needs to also fit with the plans that we've just approved for 25 and 26.
And we discussed with them fitting with the plans, they were aware of those other plans for 25 and 26, and they agreed to, adjust it for those plans as we go ahead. I mean, they're aware of that. Izzy, what's your understanding about, we go ahead and get the ball fields separate, get them functional, and then the idea is to tie in the rest of the existing system, or have it be on a separate system? Where we maintain
I
it.
believe it needs to be in a totally separate
Yeah.
system.
So that's what we're talking about doing, is keeping the existing stuff on the existing, I'm sorry, everything except the ball fields would be left on an existing system. We create a new system for the ball fields, new controller, separate water supply, so we don't have to, and then we just cut off the ball fields from the existing system and put in a new ball field system. Because the
Kevin-
existing system isn't really a problem anywhere but the ball fields.
Correct. So it's maybe some clarification on the bid that the contractor gave you as far as what they're, I think, considering 3 ball fields is not the actual 1, 2, and 3. It's actually 3, 4, and 5. That's where I believe there's might be some clarification that needs to be done in that
And when
bid.
they say design the ball field, they just mean the irrigation system, right?
Correct.
And
Yeah.
the sod and soil.
Yes,
Yeah.
and
I
it's
think
just
that was my disconnect when I read it too. I
Yes,
was like,
three-
oh,
yeah. 3, 4, and 5,
And-
not
and-
1,
and-
2, and 3.
No,
Sorry.
and 1 and 2.
And
1,
one and
2,
two.
3, 4, and 5 would be, all the ball fields should be on their own sprinkler system.
Yes, and
Apart
every,
from the rest of the park, is what
Yeah.
we're trying to accomplish. The proposal is not written great, it needs work, but the intent is that it just be done to create a new separate sprinkler system for the ball fields, all the ball fields, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then the old system would still run the rest of the park. That's the idea.
okay.
But
So,
if those controllers are on the fields, I'm just not sure we got all the parts that would be needed to keep that going. But, and there would be new trees there'll be new trees under the proposal as well, which may require, and they're gonna require irrigation. I'm not trying to, I think there needs to be coordination with the Parks Commission and their plans on this.
Well, and we met out there and talked about that, and the tree proposal includes, the Parks Commission's
It
tree
includes
proposal
all, yes.
includes its own irrigation. That's a,
Well, but tied into the existing system.
and tied into the existing system. We're just talking about separating the ball fields from the existing system and creating a new system just for the ball fields, and leave the old system functional. And then when they put new bubblers in for the trees, for the new trees, that would tie into the old system, because there's already irrigation around there.
Alec, you had a question?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, I just don't think that this is gonna be cheap to do, which is like, so, like, I'm just kind of wondering where all this money's gonna come from. Like,
great
where are we gonna,
question.
like, my main thing is like, we're doing a lot of things here. We just passed a budget. We just like voted like on this 25, which is awesome. I think it's gonna be cool. And like Melissa mentioned, that there's already good buy-in, and that we think that we could get the funds to actually complete it. This one, I don't know. And I say, let's just table this. It's a good idea, should be done. But instead of us trying to do like 3 things at once in the park in one night, let's just take one project and see it through, and then go to the next one. That's fine. This little $10,000 thing around the playscapes, that's fine. I get that. That's easy. But I think we have one big project. Let's focus on that one first, and then we can.
Okay.
Normally, I agree with you, Alec, remember, this is just trying to get a bid for scope that's going to take time to get it scoped. And right now, RCDC has over $800,000 in their coffers. So the money is there that we can do a lot of good work with. And this is just to get something so we can go out to bids. And this is a project that's going to be done probably, after these other projects are completed.
Yeah, the
So,
lead on this is a long lead
Yeah.
because, we gotta get design on it and then we have to get cost estimates. And I would love to go tell you how much it's gonna cost and go get our CDC buy-in on it right now, but we can't do that until we get it designed. That's the problem.
But, you
Go
know
ahead.
it's not gonna be $20,000 or something.
No,
It's
I
gonna
said
be a
it
substantial
could
amount of
be,
money.
it could be
It's
$200,000
gonna be-
easily. And if our CDC didn't have $900,000, I wouldn't be talking about doing
Well,
this.
go talk to them first and say, yeah, they want to.
Well, we've talked to them about it for the
Say-
last 2 years and they're
say like, hey,
favorably inclined to.
Give us $300,000 to redo the fields.
Well, but I don't know how much to ask for yet until we do this step in the
I
process.
think that we should be able to tell somebody, look at these fields. I want to put granted, you might have to hire somebody. Someone could give you some estimate about how many square feet.
That's what these guys can do. That's
For
what they.
$12,000.
Yeah, they're gonna estimate, they're gonna design a system and they're gonna give us
I'm
cost
talking about
estimates.
not designing it. I'm talking about rule of thumb kind of engineering stuff. Like
No,
how many square
no,
feet is
no,
the park? and
let
how
me,
much
let
of
me,
it needs
let
to
me
be
finish,
buried?
let me finish.
Okay.
They give you a design of the system and they give you cost estimates on what it would cost to put it in. I asked them last week for cost estimates so that I could give them to you now, and they said, we will have cost estimates for you as we get further into the project. And it's the same thing that I was asking Ms. Morrow, is when you get your design guy, get to do your parking lot, give you cost estimates, because they can do takeoffs based on square footage, as you suggest.
Here's my point. I go to build a house, 6,000 square feet. I know what construction costs are. They're maybe they have range, but I'm talking about okay, low end, it's what quality you want. You want a super high quality, you're gonna be spending $800 or $1,000 a square foot. That's what I'm talking about. It seems like you know how big the park is. Someone could give you an estimate. But anyway, I'm done talking. I'm done talking.
You don't
on
have,
this.
you don't have to be.
I'm done
I
talking.
do have a question for Kevin. Would that also, in their design, it would also include the soil testing? Is that right? It includes the soil. So then they would come back not only with the design of the irrigation system, but also the soil testing, what type of soil you need, what depth is that correct?
Correct. So they would give you, they would do soil testing, take samples around the fields. They would come back and recommend what you do for soil amendments or topsoil additions, and then also specify the sod. And the idea is to get something so that when you send this out for bid and you get 3 contractors to bid on it, they're all bidding on the same thing. And these guys do a lot of commercial landscape design work, so there are contractors that are the big commercial contractors that are used to getting the kind of, they are used to creating the kind of package that goes out for commercial bid. That's what you're gonna get from them, along with cost estimates, so that we can decide where and when and how this gets funded.
Because I do somewhat agree. I had an initial gut response, as Alec did, to the cost, but at the same time too, I think if it is, let's say, $100,000, $200,000 project, really you're retaining architectural services here, and
Yeah.
so if you look at that on a percentage basis of the project, it's probably roughly in the right ballpark of cost. My gut response is I kind of agree with you, they should be able to give a ballpark, but if there's more to it and the design is more to it and you're getting something more, but anyway, I'm agnostic, whatever y'all want to do.
So I have a question for Melissa. What was your timing again on your, if we pass this tonight by?
Yes. So,
When was the design for the parking?
the design for the parking hopefully
Estimated.
would be done by, let's see, design goes to RCD, design goes, it would come to us by October 14th.
See, that's just a month. And so to me, I think it would make more sense to have the design for where is the fence gonna be moved? So what is the boundary of the fields going to be before we send this out to somebody to design the irrigation system for the ball fields? And it's just a month away. So I would think that it would make sense to get this proposal cleaned up because it's really hard to understand exactly what they're proposing to do. See if they can clean up the proposal and bring it back next month when we also have then a plan so that we can approve it and say, here's the design for what the fields are gonna look like. Now, give us an estimate or a design for how we irrigate the fields.
I agree that the proposal needs to be cleaned up and that we should bring it back, next month with a better cleaned up proposal. As far as delaying it for the other process, we talked about that with these guys out there and they said that was actually not a big deal to make an adjustment based on the relocated fence. But the proposal itself is poorly drafted. It's not clear. It creates some confusion, and I think we should definitely address that and come back with a cleaner, more precise proposal.
Thinking holistically about the park, and I know you're not asking for my opinion, but
No, we're interested.
always like your opinion.
We're interested.
but one thought I have is they're going to make recommendations for the trees and the planting along the entrance. And I am a little concerned when you say, well, we're going to put in this brand new one in the middle because it's so terrible. And maybe Izzy can answer that. I don't know if it matters whether we do new for everything at the same time, or if it's really feasible to, because mostly I'm thinking about the trees that are gonna be on that east side, because they're gonna be the closest to that, to have a separate line that runs, but maybe it's just the electrical that controls it and not necessarily in piping. So it's just controllers, and so the piping could all be connected to the ones on the field, just not the controller.
It all depends on what the recommendations are from your data.
They just have to design it, and I don't know how they would design it as far as that goes, but.
So right now, Gomez, who just finished that project, designed irrigation for it connected to the current system. What we're gonna do at the Playscape is design to the current system, and we're about to design something for trees and all that area with the current system. So if we're about to think that we're gonna buy a new system, that's an important piece of information. I mean, only slightly in the sense of they're basically retrofitting to meet whatever standards to interlock with our old system, or they're designing something for the new and fancy, you can do it on your phone on an app and blah, blah, blah. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's what they're talking about
And
is the.
And I'm just thinking out loud here,
Yeah.
and does the piping for the old system that would need to remain in place run through the ball fields?
I don't know if they, I don't even know that we know what we have in terms of a loop pipe system, if we have a base loop or not. Do we know anything about that, Izzy? I don't think
I'd
we
be
did.
lying if I said
Yeah.
we did. We just.
So the problem is we don't really even know what we have. I know
need to
that we
include
would
that
need a
in
new
this,
line of trees, a new system for, a new line for that, which would be a valve most likely. But, that's another thing we can do is ask them to give a proposal to, include in their design scope, tying, making sure that the old system functions as a standalone system too. And it may be that as they get into it, they discover that we may consider replacing everything. I don't know. I don't know that it's all dysfunctional though. That's the problem. Is I know the ball fields are dysfunctional, but I don't think the rest of it really is dysfunctional necessarily.
It seems prudent for us to find the best way going forward, including the peripheral areas.
Right.
And include that in this design.
do you have any thoughts about the rest of the park outside the ball fields as far as how functional the system is? I mean, it seems to work.
It's adequate enough.
Yeah.
But we
That's
don't
all I
know
can
if
say.
the pipes would need to be retained will go through the ball field.
That would be up to the
I mean, that'd
irrigator
be
to make that
part of-
decision.
Part of the design system process. But I mean, I hate to ask them to go redesign the entire park sprinkler system if we have an adequate system everywhere but the ball fields. And everybody seems to agree that ball fields need to be on a completely separate system.
The issue, Kevin, is if you're if you take out the middle of the system, is that gonna change how the rest of the system functions? So it's, at least, if we don't know where the pipes are and how they work, we need to have that be part of the design.
I think it needs to be part of the design scope that
Yeah.
they make sure that the rest of the park system continues to function and make whatever changes they need to make it continue to function as a separate system and continues to operate.
Well,
We
if
don't want
you-
them to finish the ball fields and then the rest of it doesn't work.
But if you're making that judgment here without knowing if they would recommend this, you're gonna spend as much money to reconnect the old system, I think we want them to tell us, should we do the whole thing or not? Or can it be done cheaper if we keep two parks? Will it be adequate?
Well, I think
Those are prudent questions to ask.
we did cover that with them, and the recommendation was that you get a separate standalone system for the ball fields, and the consensus was that the rest of the system functions adequately and that they could design a new system for the ball fields and keep the old system functioning as a separate system. That was the scope
Right now,
of
they're
the-
intertwined. Both,
Yeah.
so
Yes.
we need to separate both.
And that was the discussion we had with them at the ball fields, and Melissa was out there, but the scope of the services proposed here isn't clear, and I think that what your point should be made very clear in the scope of design services, that they're gonna design a system that we could put in the ball fields, and whoever contracts it still has to make sure that the rest of the park still works as a standalone system. That would be part of the bid
All right.
that we send out.
Alec has been very
Yeah,
patient raising his hand,
So
so.
these are all details. We're out in the weeds on this thing. Here's my advice. Don't start a project unless you have the funds to be able to complete it. So my advice is to go to RCDC with just a rule of thumb analysis of what you think a new irrigation system will be without having anyone do any design details on it, and then get buy-in there and go. Because I just think it's like, I just see this as like, we're gonna throw $12,000 out of this and we're not gonna have the funds to finish it. So make sure you have the funds that you can complete the project before you start. That's my
I
only
think we
advice.
could get some swag cost estimates from these guys in connection with, a written proposal with a more clear scope and say, give us some ballpark number range, even if it's a wild range, and then we can have that number when we consider this and we can take it to RCDC. I don't think that's a bad idea. I think it's a fair suggestion.
Let's, I think we've discussed it, if that's your position, why don't you work with them? You can stick my name on it again if you need to.
I'm gonna put Alan's name on it
Yeah.
next time.
Oh, that's even better. I like that. But yeah, let's do that. We'll do a revised sort of proposal package and then bring that back to council for consideration next
And-
month.
Are you willing to take it to Parks Commission too?
Well, yeah, of course, and I've talked to Melissa about it several times, and the answer I got is that Parks didn't want to get involved in this because it was considered maintenance rather than like a new capital project, and that was kind of up to us to do the maintenance. And that's fine, I've talked to Parks about it,
I mean, at
over
a
the last
formal
3
meeting.
years.
I mean, at a formal meeting.
Well, I'm happy for Parks to talk to Parks in a formal meeting if they want me to come talk to them about it. And I'm also happy, with Melissa Morrow's leadership at Parks and for her to have us present whatever she wants us to present to Parks.
Okay, good.
It wasn't something that we had prioritized in our list, and so
All right, with that, we'll move off agenda item.
Thank you for the work you've done on this.
Yeah, for sure.
Kevin.
Yeah,
This is
Kevin.
not negative, this is, how do we get
And
from here to
and-
there?
And I think these are all legitimate issues and concerns and part of the process of getting a proposal that, you know, makes sense and having a path forward to getting something accomplished, because it is a complicated project and it's not simple. So,
And also, I'll reiterate, thank you for your work on it, because it's not, at the end of the day, it's not as sexy as new rocks and new playscapes, and it's, so.
well, my biggest complaint about government.
Or grinder pumps.
Or grinder
Grinder
pumps,
pumps.
yes.
My biggest complaint
Definitely not that.
about government is that one of my complaints has been that they love to build new stuff all the time and don't like to take care of the stuff they've got. And
Yeah.
so, you know, when I see these ball fields in such poor condition and I see that we could take care of them better, it just motivates me to, you know, try to push for that. So.
All right. Understood.
Fortunately, they got lots of money
Yeah.
and more coming in all the time.
Okay, moving off agenda item number 27, moving on to agenda item number 28.
Thanks, Melissa.
Update and discussion regarding vegetation maintenance on corners and site distances. Recognize Mr. McDuffie for his agenda item.
Thank you, Mayor. Just driving around, there are several areas on corners where the vegetation has grown up, and it's a safety issue. I don't like being meddlesome in people's landscaping, but when it comes to being a concern for safety and possibility of increased accidents or somebody hitting a child on a e-bike, then bring this forward. We've addressed this multiple times. Our public works people have gone out and trimmed back vegetation at areas, and that vegetation has grown back rapidly. I think what needs to be done is either that vegetation needs to be removed completely or killed in place when it's cut back that way, or and I don't have an answer on how we do that or how we move forward, if that's, you know, imposing very high fines on repeat offenders, then that might be one way to do it. Also, just letting them know that, quite frankly, these are in the public right-of-way, and then just going in and removing that vegetation where it's problematic. So I'm putting this forward for discussion and proposals for our very capable council, so.
Okay. Council, thoughts, discussion? I'll start off by saying this is a sticky one. It's difficult. I do agree fundamentally with the line of sight issue and the safety concerns that are related to that. That is easier discussed in this room than when we step out into someone's yard and start chopping stuff down.
Absolutely.
So we get a fair amount of immediate reaction to that action. So I don't disagree, but it's also, as I said, not always the easiest execution in the field. So
Understood.
I'm just saying that on behalf of our folks who are the ones having to take the tongue lashing once they do it. So
I will say I was driving down Laura Lane yesterday, and right up there by Shanti's house where Laura Lane hits the Park Hills Brett Cove road, the stop sign on Laura Lane is not visible until you are right on top of it, because there's vegetation that's growing over the stop sign, and that's. Oh, good. All right. My ESP got through. But-
Izzy reads these agendas too. He's like, I better get out there.
But there are other, it's not just vegetation, it's all of our visibility, it's the construction fences and the signs posting and all of these things that we have code requirements in place for people's safety. And the kids on e-bikes are not following the traffic rules. And if somebody is, and even if they are, they're flying down Rollingwood Drive in some places, if somebody pulls out in front of one of them because you can't see them coming, you know, the kid will hit you, but it will do the damage just as much as the other way around, right? But if you can't see them, that's a problem.
Hey, Chief, will you hop up for a minute? I've got an idea pitch to you. Would you work with officers, and maybe you or pick somebody and travel our intersections and just give particular attention to this question in terms
I think
of...
so. I think what we can do is, and that's what I was thinking too, is just, so we just still do our bi-weekly checks, and then just put that as part of the bi-weekly check.
Yeah, do that and just start kind of making notes on it, turn it over to Izzy, and if we need to have, I think we do need to probably have some dialogue with the homeowners before we just start hacking away at stuff, but, and it might help.
And yeah, for the record, yeah, we do door hangers. We do allow them to try to remedy themselves. We give them, you know, a short period of time, and some homeowners are like, if you're going to pay to chop it, you chop it yourself.
Yeah.
Or what we've had too is where we've allowed them to chop it and then they don't do it enough.
Yeah.
And then it delays the process. But I think if we put it on the bi-weekly check, we can definitely get that
Okay,
taken care of.
maybe just a little bit more attention to
Yep.
that, and then work with Izzy
Of
on
course.
it. So let us take a shot at that, and then, and if council has any particular areas of concern, let us know, and then we can.
We've done that, but my concern is the fact that we, at least in many instances, end up doing this over and over and over again. So there's a cost to the city that is repeated, and in my mind, in some instances, totally unnecessary, given the fact that it's just an egregious overreach in the form of vegetation that's being put in place. And it's not that the homeowner is unaware, they're fully aware, and they're not being held to account.
Like the corner of, what is that, Inwood that goes down
Inwood
there?
and Rollingwood.
In Rollingwood, it's got the Pride of Barbados on the corner. So we can go in and cut that. That stuff grows fast. So what are we supposed to go cut it every year for them?
Or every 3 weeks, or every 2 weeks.
Or twice a year for them? I mean, it doesn't make sense. I don't, you know, it seems like we need a better, more permanent solution, like Roundup or something.
Right, and that's what I'm proposing. And
so that's
they
where-
also, they've got their own crew. I mean, I've seen their own landscape crew out there during the weekend. And of course, they're not addressing it because it looks beautiful.
Well,
But
they-
it's
they-
dangerous.
And they want to block the
Right. They want to
noise and
screen
lights.
their
and-
property and,
Especially on corners, when you have cars turning the corner, it's gonna shine lights across their house, and they don't want that, so they plant vegetation, which is understandable. But it just needs to be 15 feet back from the corner, as code requires. Now, I often wonder, looking at those corners, where you measure from 15 feet. I suppose if you,
That's being worked on.
Bring an
Our
ordinance,
our
man.
faithless
Let's vote on, let's
engineers.
do another ordinance.
but, I mean, it doesn't make sense to just, that we're gonna go cut it for them forever. I don't know how you solve that, other than, you know, and the other thought I had looking at it was, well, as we're fond of talking about here, that isn't their property, it's the right of way. And
I'm
we-
aware of all that.
We own it, and they don't, and yet they've got planted vegetation that obstructs visibility, so then what do we do if it's ours? And I realize they don't know it's ours, so they're gonna have a fit if we went in there and just dug it up and dumped a load of gravel on it. They're not gonna like that. So I don't know.
Right. And the property I know that you're talking about, it's actually a rental home, so that's the other hoop that we jump
It
through.
is. And who does the ordinance apply to? I would think the person who's in control of the property, so that's the tenant. But maybe jointly, I don't know, that's a great legal question for our intrepid
I would think it's
city
the
attorney.
homeowner, not the tenant, but that's me.
It's whoever's in control of the property.
They didn't plan it.
We'll take a stab at maybe an enforcement letter on that particular one, and then if you'll do the other
Okay.
monitoring.
Right, to his point, we do have properties that are repeat offenders that we are addressing year after year after year.
So do you have any suggestion? I mean, do we have any ability to impose fines now, or if so,
It's a code violation, yes.
It
I
is a
mean,
code
how
violation, but I
much-
believe that we've always tried to get,
Buy-in. We've tried to work with them. I mean,
Work
and
with
that's
them,
not
and-
working? That's
well,
the
I
problem.
get it, but also we need to remove the safety concerns. But I also don't want to just. I mean, we could go clear all of our rights of way, but I don't think that that's really what we want to do for
No,
the
I
aesthetic
agree,
of
and
the.
it's unnecessary.
Well, and you'll get into arguments even as a code violation. You could say, okay, your vegetation obstructs visibility, and I'll take you back to law school where they'd say, okay, is 4 foot obstruct visibility? Does 5 foot obstruct visibility? If it covers 50% of the visibility, is that obstructed or not obstructed? You know, I mean, you get into some real arguments about.
I
And-
think we
and if-
have it clear. I think it's a height within a certain distance from the
I
curb.
believe it's
3 feet.
36 inches, yes.
Yeah.
That helps.
It is,
So
and
I think it's enforceable.
It is, but I know his concern is because the property, they have cut it back several times. But we're constantly addressing it, I think is what he's trying to fix is.
yeah, I
we're
get
just
that,
there all the
but
time.
also there's certain equal protection too, and I'm not looking to just enforce it on
Yeah.
one particular corner. And if we're going to enforce it strict enforcement on one corner, we're going to do it on all corners, and then buckle up, Buttercup, because I can think of some people with those types of corners and who are real passionate about their plants. So, anyway,
But we'll go
that one
every
in
2 weeks.
particular, let's try to do an enforcement letter, and then we'll try to work through some
Actually, I
of the
believe
others.
that y'all are going this week, correct? Yes, yeah, that starts this Friday. So we'll start this Friday.
Thank you. All right. Okay, and any other issues on 28? All right, moving on to agenda item number 29, discussion and possible action on ordinance amending chapter 22 sewer and wastewater service to define responsibilities for installation and maintenance of residential and commercial connections to the city's wastewater collection systems. First, like to thank Councilwoman Brown for her hard work on this one, and recognize her to continue this discussion that we started last month.
Okay. We had an ordinance brought to us last month from staff recommending amendments to our code to address the responsibilities for sewer system connections from the home to the city's wastewater mains. And what we, I have taken that proposal and have drafted amendments to it, and I can walk you through what this new language does, not line by line, but kind of section by section. If you look at first lines 35 through 44, those lines define the residential wastewater lines and systems to include the piping that connects the premise to the city's wastewater system, from the home to the city wastewater system, and including any required grinder pump, and a double check valve at the connection to city's system. So basically, that is definitional and addresses the concern that we had a grinder pump go out. The connection from the grinder pump to the city system went through another property owner's property. It was very costly to redo that. Our code wasn't clear enough whose responsibility that was. This would make it clear that that is the homeowner's responsibility for that portion of the pipe from the grinder pump to the city water system. So that's one component. Then beginning at lines 45 to 74, this clarifies the grinder pump policy as to the pump location, responsibility for supplying power. That's on the residential customer. That's on the customer, not the city. The cost of maintaining power is on the customer and not the city. And that maintenance and operation must be done in accordance with city requirements. And that part's important so that we can set the specs for what those pumps are, how they're connected to the system, and at what pressure it connects to the city system, so that we don't have a hodgepodge of pumps going in if that those pumps are, whether they're an existing pump or a new pump with a new build. We do that already. Existing pumps, as those have to be replaced, we needed provisions added that make sure that the city gets to specify what those pumps are and how they'll be connected. Then lines 75 to 81, that's no change in policy. It's just a little editorial work to define terms. Then lines 82 to 85, what's new here is that the city can require a check valve to be installed when existing residential system is repaired, changed, replaced, or upgraded. So that will get us to the point where every home will have a check valve between the city system and the home where one is not in place currently. We can check for that when there's a repair or maintenance to be done, and that check valve can be required. Those can be expensive, but they also protect the property owner from any potential for sewage. You know, if there were a failure of the main, any potential for sewage coming back toward the house, and then also protect the city if there were to be a spill and TCEQ would come to the city for responsibility for that cleanup. So that is new, and that is a cost to the consumer. But it's done at the time of an upgrade or replacement.
Can you explain what a double check valve is?
You'll have to ask Izzy what a double check valve is. It's a backflow preventive device.
Well, I know what a check valve is. I just don't know what a double check valve is.
It's twice as good.
It's a check.
Twice the price.
It's a check valve. It's actually you have dual check valves. It's just one that's nearest to the main that protects it from going back. It's just a check valve. It's not that it's a dual check valve. It's a check valve.
Okay, so do we need to say a double check valve, or do we just
It needs
need
to
to say
be
a check valve?
A check valve.
Okay.
So it's two different check valves. One that's on the new systems. There's already one built in there, the new pumps.
Okay.
And then the second one would be the one closest to the main.
Okay.
So it's essentially a check valve.
So rather than a double check valve, be a secondary check valve?
Well, I think the way this is written, if you're specifying the pump, you're going to specify a pump that has a check valve.
Correct.
And then at the curb, that's the
The
check.
secondary.
That's the second check valve. That's the one that we don't know whether it's there or not. And I think that's what
We're trying to specify,
a
yes.
check valve at the connection to the main is what is needed in the language.
I just want to make sure we're clear, because I've done wastewater systems and I didn't know what a double check valve was.
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure we're clear that everybody knows what that means.
We can change it from double check valve to check
With the
valve.
secondary check valve.
Secondary check valve?
Yes.
That-
I think,
that-
yes,
that
secondary
makes-
check valve.
That makes it more clear that it's a separate check valve instead of some kind of a check valve that's called a double check valve.
Okay, very good. Then lines 86 to 92 say for both existing systems and new systems, the city may adopt and enforce policies that prohibit the flushing of inappropriate items and charge any resulting maintenance cost, whether on the resident system or on the city system, if prohibited items are found during maintenance or repair. So this is the enforcement mechanism for flushing wipes, grease, other things that will screw up the system.
Eggshells.
I'm sorry,
Eggshells.
anxious?
Eggshells.
Eggshells, yes. And that will be the prohibition, we're not putting the prohibition, we're not listing the prohibited items in the code. That will be according to a city policy. And that policy would have to be developed and published.
I think we've had something like that before,
And then
about what you're not supposed to flush.
Then lines 92 to 136 adopt the same policies for residential, for commercial properties, except that for a commercial grinder pump, any replacement would be at the expense of the commercial owner. So that's the only difference. We don't have anything that says commercial owners have to install and maintain their sewage connections in accordance with city policies today, so we need language that basically says that.
And I guess you'd change the double check valve on line 101 also to
I
secondary.
think throughout would change double check valve to secondary check valve.
Okay.
Just a quick question, like broader thinking on this. I know we talked about this last month or whatever, I'm sorry. But so is this pretty standard, like wastewater, the fees that you have that you just pay every month don't go to cover things like this? In other cities, like how do they do it?
Well, in other cities, most other cities have the kind of provision, the penalty provision for if on repair inappropriate items are flushed. Almost every city in the hill country that has grinder pumps has that kind of language. The replacement of the grinder pump, we've been doing that on the residential side. And after talking with Alan and Izzy, and they talked with Crossroads, what we do today is maintain 2 replacement pumps. And so if a resident's pump goes out, the pump can be pulled out of the tank, there's a replacement pump that goes in, and it's back in service. We know what the pump is. We know that it does its, from the city side, there's some benefits to doing it that way. From the customer side, there's cost savings as well, because you're not buying a new pump for the pump that's being replaced. And the city is, their cost is the cost of the labor and the cost of maintaining 2 extra pumps. So it's not huge. And there was concern about putting all of that cost on the homeowner. So this doesn't move that cost to the homeowner. We would maintain the replacement pump policy for the replacement pump, but it makes clear that the piping and the secondary check valve are the cost of the homeowner, and as repairs and upgrades are made, those have to be installed.
And that's the thing that I'm passionate about. That's the thing that we really needed to also clarify here. So.
And so that's the proposed language that's in this item number 29. The item, there's a later item, item 30,
I'll pull it up.
a rec,
You want me to pull it up?
I would like that, yes.
Also, lay before you agenda item number 31, discussion and possible action to authorize and a survey by Crossroads Utility Services for the existing residential grinder pumps. Recognize Ms. Brown.
So, as we were thinking about this, the question is, do we want to get a recommendation, or do we want to get a survey done of how many grinder pumps we have out there, what condition they're in, and have, in essence, some handle on the exposure of the city to costs for replacement of future grinder pumps. The bid came back enormously high, I think, in my opinion, and so I would move that we postpone action on item number 31 until we can have a strong talk with our engineers. But
Well, I feel good that I didn't have to
in the
convince you of
meantime-
that, because that's the way I felt
In
about
the
it.
meantime, I found out that, this is one anecdotal situation. We have about 130 grinder pumps. A number of them will be associated with new builds and are in accordance with specs, because we've been requiring those houses to meet specs. The ones that have been in place for a long time, I was very surprised that my grinder pump, which hadn't been touched in a decade or more, is the E1 grinder pump that, or I don't know about the pump. The tank has a label on the top that's E1. And so we're assuming that it's the up-to-date grinder pump.
It's not a lot of innovation in grinder pumps, I guess.
Right, right. And then the other thing with grinder pumps is if you don't have a modern grinder pump and you have, standard electricity to it, then you're probably going to have to do an electrical upgrade to the new current required pump. So I think we can trim down the bid to do a survey to find out how many ancient grinder pumps we have and what the cost might be, if we think it's worthwhile, or we just go ahead with the policy we've had and keep two replacements on board and replace. We know that we're spending about $30,000 a year. Most of that is labor, and maybe we can work on that too with our vendor, but it's the survey was a thought, but I don't like the price on that survey at all, so.
Well, again, thank you, Councilwoman, for your work on this ordinance. We do think that it's enforceable. We're certainly taken care of, and in subsection A, the identified problem that we were really concerned about. So thank you again for your work. I'm happy to take a motion on agenda item number 29.
I would move approval of proposed ordinance 2025-09-17-29, addressing connections to the city wastewater service and appropriate regulations and specifications.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown, a second by Ms. Hudson. Is there further discussion, council?
Oh, and
With the
Oh, with-
modifications.
with the amendment that where the term double check valve is used, we replace that with the term secondary check valve.
You have an amended motion. Is there a second? And a second. Further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Thank you, council. Thank you, Councilwoman Brown. You have still before you agenda item number 31. Is it your?
I would move that we take no action on agenda item 31.
Okay, we'll move off of agenda item number 31, having taken no action, and continue to evaluate that for the future. And with that, we will move to agenda item number 30. Update and discussion on the purchase of up to 7 license plate readers in an amount not to exceed $21,000 to monitor roadways entering Rollingwood. I will recognize Councilwoman Brown. I will apologize and or recognize. Not sure we weren't sure whether to bring this back or not, so we did. So if there's no action to be taken, that's totally acceptable. But we're bringing it back for your layout.
Mayor and council members, as y'all have seen, I went through the flock terms and conditions. And I think the flock system is a very good tool in the hands of law enforcement. I think it's very intrusive if it's in the hands of someone seeking profit from the data being collected through the application. And I find the contract terrible. I could use stronger words, but it doesn't protect the city at all. It limits liability for any kind of claim to a one-time $21,000, regardless of whether we're sued for a constitutional violation, whether, you know, there's a death that results from an inappropriate action under the, you know, the license reader reads wrong, or any other kind of claim that could arise. It's, you know, the only claims that are allowed are if we get sued for flock violating a patent, basically, or for gross negligence. And so, and then the other thing is, we've been given the representation that this data will be held in a cloud, I don't know what you call the cloud locker, I'll use that term. A cloud locker that's accessible only on instruction from our police department. But that's really not what it is. It can be, the data that is collected from Rollingwood can be accessed by any other authorized user of flock worldwide. And we have no control over that. If we join in the system and say, you know, we're gonna share with the state of Texas, or with everyone, all states in the country, or any law enforcement in the country, then we no longer control that because they can get access to it. And there's, while Flock says we're not gonna sell the data, and we're not going to, what is the term they use? That they won't own and won't sell the data, it's not really meaningful because we're giving them a very, very broad license for its use. Plus, it's not a sale if you contribute the database that includes our data to your partner in a joint venture, because that's, you know, that's not technically within the legal definition of a sale. On the other hand, I have found, I had some time today, I did do some more research. Flock has the contract they've offered to us says you're bound by our terms and conditions, and we can change them at any time. And there are very few representations from Flock back to us as a customer. I have found there are situations where Flock has negotiated more limiting terms. They have negotiated what is a true contract. City of Boulder has a true, you know, both parties have signed a contract and it can't be changed except on termination or joint agreement. There's the state of Michigan has negotiated, of course they're a multi-million-dollar customer, but they've negotiated a Flock contract on behalf of the state, and they control the data. They're not, it doesn't go beyond, it doesn't go, you know, it's a good contract. Ardmore, Oklahoma has negotiated a pretty good contract. Not great, but better than what they've offered us. And North Royalton, Ohio has a signed contract. So it's not out of the woods that we might get some of these provisions nailed down more tightly. then there's some states, like the state of Colorado, no, Boulder, Colorado, prevents non-Colorado enforcement agencies from access. So we could limit, I think there's some opportunity that Flock would agree to these same limitations. It may be that they now see that their future is in selling whatever data or database they can use. For example, in the there's this is a Forbes article. The Michigan contract has a no assignment clause. It has no change in terms without the state's approval. They have equitable relief for breach of contract, and they have control of any data generated in connection with the solution, the Flock solutions being sold to the state of Michigan. So in any storage of data beyond the 30 days, which is what they've told us, it'll only be but that's nowhere in the terms and conditions. Nowhere. And 30 days under the Michigan contract, storage of the data beyond 30 days violates the contract. So that's the difference between what they've offered us and what they've done in some other places. There's a very recent article in Forbes last week. Flock is a private venture capital company. Their principal shareholder is Anderson Horowitz, who's the buyer of TikTok. And Flock is working on a drone product, plus a partnership with a company called Nova to, and I'm quoting from Forbes, knit, K-N-I-T, knit law enforcement records with public information such as property and occupancy data, social security numbers, personal credit bureau histories, and make it all granularly reachable with AI. And they will take what they call anonymized data, even though they're not taking the personally identifiable information that's in the reading of Rolling Wood customers' license plates and vehicles. They're not taking that personally identifiable data, but they're taking the anonymized Rolling Wood. They could take the anonymized Rolling Wood data, match it up with data from other sources, put the two together, and get there. So that is the concern. And I know I think it's a wonderful product if there were a way to limit it to use by law enforcement only. But I don't know how we do that as Rolling Wood, and I don't know, where the future leads on this one. But I think I've read enough to see that what Flock may do with it could be horribly invasive. It's not that it's going to be just reading the license plate. It would be tracking the daily movements of residents of our community, which they can do. If we drive into Austin and our license plate gets read there and they don't have legal limits on how that can be used, I think what they're trying to do is develop these databases that can then be sold for whatever value they lots of different kinds of actions that people would find very intrusive. They could track voters by license plate. They know when you show up at the poll. You know, that's one instance. They could sell it to someone offering security services for private investigators. They could sell it to State Farm auto insurance to know whether you're an A risk or a B risk or a C risk. There's lots of value in the data once it's all compiled and trackable. And that's the downside to joining in with them.
Well, first of all, thank you, Councilwoman, for doing all the research and putting words to all my concerns that I didn't know how to voice, but thank you. So I will, we do have a hand raised, if it's okay with council. Is that Christopher? Yeah, Christopher, you're recognized.
Thank you. I have to say I'm impressed with the stamina of this group and how we've been going through all of these agenda items and all the hard work. Look, I think the councilwoman summarized it perfectly. I mean, it is chilling. I've spent 25 years in the world of cybersecurity, and yes, this is some cool whiz-bang technology, but the reason that the cybersecurity business has been so successful for so long is precisely because companies like these do not secure the data adequately. And these use cases of invasions of privacy, data sets getting merged, tracking residents' movements, selling that data, and also the question of who actually has access to it. I think these are all super valid concerns. And it always cracks me up because I've been in the industry for so long when they talk about secure data in the cloud. Let me just say something, that doesn't exist. I've done business with the federal government, and when they want to secure their data, it's on-prem. It never goes in the cloud. It never gets connected to anything. So this is something that just makes me nervous as heck. And I think not only do the contract terms sound absolutely horrendous, and I've done a fair amount of contracts in my career. I wouldn't touch this one with a barge pole. But the opportunity for abuse and misuse and improper handling of rolling with residents' personal private data is just momentous. That's my 2 cents. I just wanted to give you my perspective on that.
Well, I thank you for doing that, Christopher. Always a good. I never can keep up with who does what in the community, so I'm always amazed by the expertise that we have next door. So thank you for weighing in on it. Okay, well, this is not posted for action this evening, but thank you for the update, Councilwoman Brown. I do appreciate all your research on it. Happy to recognize anyone for further discussion. Also, really happy to keep moving if we can.
So I would like to discuss it briefly. So Councilmember Brown, also want to thank you for all the work you did on this and the research that you did and the thorough analysis. It's much appreciated. I know that it can be tedious to go through terms and conditions, and I especially appreciate you doing the extra research about what other cities have done to get amended contracts. And my question for you is, if we were able to get a contract like Boulder, for example, that negotiated, and I picked Boulder because they're big enough, they probably put some time and effort into it, and I imagine that it's a very, politically active community with people who would probably be paying close attention to these issues. If we could get a contract along the lines of what Boulder signed, would you be comfortable with that?
Let me look back here.
Or Michigan or Ardmore, whatever. I guess really it's a broader question. Do you think that there is a contract that could be made that would be reasonable?
I don't, that's the part I think we would have to go back to Flock and say, are you even going to deal with us on this?
Mm-hmm.
And if they say
Take it or leave it.
take it or, yeah, it may well be take it or leave it. Boulder had a contract with them and then wasn't gonna renew it unless they did these other things. And I'm trying to remember now, I think Boulder, there was one other thing they did that, they limited users. No one outside of the Colorado State Law Enforcement Network could use the data. And that would limit some of the concerns. But then you have, like Chris says, if it's in the cloud, you don't know who's, able to get to it. There's just so much money to be made from it that the incentives are there, not, the incentives are there to have a,
So I think that's where the direction, like, you need to figure out, if we don't want cameras at all, then we kill it on the vine. If we want cameras but want a different vendor, I could definitely look at different vendors.
or have cameras that come only to Rolling Wood and aren't connected to any other network.
I think looking into other alternative cameras, I think is a good idea that we could research, and I think it might be worth reaching back out to Flock and saying, hey, will you give us the Boulder contract? And if they say yes, great, we could consider that. If they say no, then
Well,
we move on.
I would say, I'm thinking through this as
Yeah.
I speak, but the other thing would be if we said we're limited to the state of Texas, are the other partners in the state of Texas gonna limit that access?
I don't know.
So that would be, that's the other consideration. If we have, and I don't know if we can do this, but if we have, essentially cameras that are in a closed loop that's just Rolling Wood, we can see who's coming and leaving. And everything else, we could do the 30 days, we could have a database that's, our own database.
If that's technologically feasible and being offered by somebody, I think looking into
Right.
other potential vendors is a good idea, other potential solutions.
Yeah, so Brooke, I want to encourage you to stick with those, what you just said in your opening statement here, because you were dead on, and that's what I've been trying to say the whole time, how much this idea disturbs me, completely disturbs me. And it's, as we heard from Mr. Bray,
Yes.
there's not a system that's connected where this data is secure, where it's not going to live on forever if it gets in the cloud. So I think that we kill it now, but we didn't post this for action. But I tried to do that at the beginning to get this removed from even being on the budget. But yeah, Brooke, I just want to encourage you to always, whenever you're thinking about any of these, should I look at this other contract, just go back to yourself what you said in your opening statement, and no, there's no contract with any other city that'll ever work for this. I'm not going to be here for much longer. I'm one
It's like parting words over
Yes.
there. It's so sad.
Well, what keeps me from saying an absolute no is the situation we had last week. There's a bad guy less than 100 yards from some of our residents. If we have a way to help take care of that, that's where I want to keep my focus. What's the best protection for our city? I don't think the flock is pretty good, but it's really limited. It wouldn't help. There was a concern of a mother and her child were biking down Rollingwood Drive. The flock camera wouldn't have caught that driver necessarily because it's only at the entrances and exits. And so there's a lot of things it doesn't do The thing it does is if you have the license plate, if you have a photo of a car that's a suspect for a theft or another, a stolen car, your car gets stolen, the license plate, it helps track it for that period of time that vehicle is in Rollingwood, but not beyond.
Yeah, but that guy that shot the officer last
He was
week
on foot.
was not on foot. He was driving a stolen car, and
Well,
that's
that
how
was
he
right.
initially attracted suspicion of police because they were doing parking enforcement, and they scanned the license plate and identified it as a stolen vehicle. And if instead he had, after he shot the cop, had jumped in the stolen vehicle and driven into Rollingwood, we would have gotten a real-time alert that, he was in Rollingwood, and our police could have responded. So I think there are some real benefits to it. I understand the privacy concerns. I'm a lot more interested in the contract concerns than in the privacy concerns personally. I mean, we have remote read meters now, right? So water meters. I remember when there was a lot of discussion and we were getting remote read electric meters. I think out in West Texas, there was people saying, "Oh, they're going to all be spying on us through our water meters," and and it ignores. It's like the splinter in your eye, and you ignore the beam, which is that we get our license plate scanned every day. All of us do, and we carry around a location tracking device, our iPhone, that I guarantee you, if the U.S. Marshals want to know where you are at any given moment to come arrest you, they can find you because we're all being tracked all the time. So, you've got the Weather Channel app that's tracking you, and they are literally selling your data, as opposed to Flock, who stores it 30 days and is not selling your data at this point. I understand the contract is a problem. I don't want to sign that contract either, and I appreciate the problems you pointed out with it, but I do think there is some real benefits to these cameras that we ought to consider if we could get a reasonable contract.
All right, fair rebuttal. One more.
Kevin, I want to also encourage you to think about personal choice, because it does matter. And we can turn off our phones. We can choose. And what you're telling us is the only choice I have if you do this, and I don't want this, is to move. Like, that's it. That's the choice. You're forcing that on us. Choice is to me, that's what differentiates this from these other things you keep saying about.
There's nowhere to move to get away from surveillance state. There are 3 cameras in the Pepito's restaurant. You go down there and eat flautas, you're on camera.
Is that the world you want to leave?
It's the world we live in.
That doesn't mean you have to accept it.
All right, great parting comments that y'all can all sleep on and think about and bring it back. Good update. Thank you, everyone. No action for this evening. With that, we'll move off of agenda item number 30 and move on to agenda item number 32. Discussion and possible action on a resolution amending the City of Rollingwood fee schedule to include credit card transaction fees, revised fence application fees, tree removal application fees, updated code reference relating to building inspections, and the removal of a duplicate section. This is a housekeeping item in large part, and I'll let Nikki, who's done hard work on this, briefly lay it out.
Thank you. All right, so I'll quickly go through, just like the agenda item states, we're adding credit card transaction fee. We don't have one, so we are not charging any of that money. Court
And we do that in other.
We do that in the court, so
Yes.
we're requesting just to meet that same. Fences, this is for residential fences. We adjusted the residential fence height, and so we're just kind of updating the fee schedule for that. Inspections, this section was just coded wrong. It had the old code sections on it, so just updated that. Tree removal, with our current code revisions that we just adopted for the trees, adding in heritage tree and adjusting those for review fees. And Article 6, there was just a duplication of the alcohol beverage permit, so I just cleaned that up.
Thank you, Nikki. Thank you again for your work on this. Happy to have Nikki answer any questions. Otherwise, I'm happy to have a motion.
I have 2 questions.
Sure.
On the, this is page adjustment in section A2-003, little parent A, for inspections. It lists chapter 101 and chapter 107 of the Code of Ordinances. I would recommend we just say Part 2 Land Development Code, and it will cover all permits. I was afraid that 101 and 107 might not cover all of the permits that we actually have. Or all of the times we have an inspection is a better word to say that.
Right. This is actually under the article for building, I believe. So, yeah, building fees. So,
I'm
it
sorry,
would-
I'm not
it-
following you.
So that section is a part of the general article building fees. So it's lining out of what we do building fees for, and so that would be the building code portion of 101 and 107
Well,
for
it's
zoning.
inspections for the purpose of measuring compliance with the provisions of, and then it's the chapter, are required and performed under the authority of the,
Your recommendation would just make it broader.
make it broader
Okay.
to be Part 2 of the Land Development Code, which is if you look at our Code of Ordinances, that includes, I think it's 101 through 107.
Okay, so just the whole land development code.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And then,
So wait, just in preparation for a motion, so you would,
in compliance with the provisions of Part 2 Land Development Code. And
Part
then strike
2.
Chapter 101 and Chapter 107.
Is that enough?
is that properly cited? Part 2.
Part 2 is the Land Development Code. It's chapters 100, 101, 103, 105, and 107. It's all of the Land Development Code.
Okay. So they would strike
I
101,
agree with
107. Okay, got it. Okay, keep going.
And then the other issue is I'm not following the tree permit. There's a tree removal permit application fee of $100, a tree removal application fee, and then parentheses for development and improvements of $300, a protected tree removal fee of $50 per tree. I think it's per tree.
Correct.
And a heritage tree removal fee of $100. So when does the $100 apply? If it's a heritage tree, I'm not sure what.
They kind of stack upon each other. Now that you're doing that, you do say that does make a lot of sense. So the tree removal is no matter what, you're going to remove a tree over the 12 inches is a protected tree. You're going to have to apply for a permit. So no matter what, you'll apply for that. However, a tree removal application fee, if you're doing development or improvement, will be $300. So if you, the homeowner, you've got a dead tree and you need to remove it, you'll apply for that permit and it'll be $100. If you're doing new construction or any development and you need to remove a tree or trees, it's going to be $300.
And then when do the other fees kick in?
The other fees then kick in is if it's a tree. The protected tree will be $50 a tree if you're doing development. So if you're the homeowner and you need to remove 3 trees, you're just going to be charged the $100.
But if you're redeveloping, you're removing 2 protected trees, do you pay $400? Or do you
Yes.
pay you pay
It will be the $300.
300
That's
plus-
your application fee, and then
plus
it'll be
the-
$50 a tree.
Okay.
Mhm.
And then if you also, if you're
Then
doing
if you're removing the
redevelopment-
heritage tree, it'll be an additional $100. Plus, you still have to go through the Board of Adjustment. So if there is a clarification that we need to do to maybe clean that up. I understand.
I do have one question, 'cause it made sense to me when you first explained it to
Uh-huh.
me. So the heritage tree removal fee, that's also per tree, so that might be an adjustment we need to make as well.
Okay.
Say
Oh,
that
so,
again.
sorry, the heritage tree removal fee, the $100, that is also per tree, so I
tree.
think we should specify that's
Per tree. And then, do you need the heritage and the protected tree when it's a non-developmental tree removal?
No, as our current schedule does not state that it's a per tree thing if you're just removing it, as a resident. You just pay the fee, the application fee. Basically, we're pushing it on developers or any new construction that you will be charged per tree additionally.
Well, let's think about this. I guess if you're removing a heritage tree, several heritage trees, or several protected trees, and you're not developing, it's still just the $100.
I agree, Alan. It should say per tree. And I believe, to make it clearer, to maybe.
The $100 in Q or the $100 in R2?
The $100 in R2. What I do believe is maybe moving up, yeah, it still needs to stay there. Or if you want to do a heritage tree, if you are a homeowner and you're removing a heritage tree, that we do charge them $100. They still do have to pay the Board of Adjustment fee, which is in here, and it's a pretty fee. So you still have that. This is just for the tree itself.
Okay. I'm okay.
Okay.
With those
With those
clarifications.
clarifications.
Those clarifications.
Keep those,
Thank you.
keep those clarifications, somebody, keep them in mind for a motion. All right, any other questions?
I have the same tree question.
That was the
Okay.
same tree question? Okay, good. Then if we could get a motion, and we'll try to make those changes in the motion while we go.
Mr. Mayor, I would move approval of the recommended changes in the Rollingwood fee schedule as proposed by staff in item number 32 with two changes in the two minor edits in the wording. On page 4, sorry. On page 4, section A2.003, strike chapter 101 building regulations and chapter 107 zoning, and insert part 2 of the land development code. And then on page 5, subsection R2 in the top of the page, after heritage tree removal fee $100, add per tree.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Brown, a second by Ms. Hudson. Further discussion, council? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Thanks again, Nikki. Moving on to agenda item number 33, discussion and possible action on the nomination of one or more individuals to be considered for election to a 4-year term on the Board of Directors of the Travis Central Appraisal District. Bringing this to you, council, because I believe nominations for this are due before you meet next. And I'll recognize Alan to walk you through it.
Yes, sir. As Mayor Messingel just said, the nominations are due back to the district the day before the next regular council meeting. So that's right. It's on your agenda this evening. Otherwise, we probably would have punted it for keeping the agenda a bit shorter. So currently there are two people whose terms expire at the end of 2025. Debbie Cartwright, who currently serves as the vice chair, and then Blanca Zamora Garcia, who doesn't have a listed position, but her term expires. They both have 4-year terms. So the agenda item before you this evening is to see if you would like to nominate one or more people who would then show up on a ballot for election to the board next month or the month after. I think the election will be casting the votes, I think, in November, I believe.
Last year, we actually brought to your recommendation and supported John Havenstreit for that position. A community leader in Westlake and active with Eanes ISD. This year, we have had no outreach from anyone who's seeking this nomination. I don't have anyone for you or any suggestions for you, but in case you did, we wanted to give you that opportunity, but it's not required, and unfortunately, we don't have a suggestion for you, and I don't want to do it. Anyway, so going once, going twice, you've been served. Okay. Thank you for your consideration. If you if you do hear something on this, or someone wants to do it, let us know, and we'll try to pull a rabbit out of the hat for you. Moving on to agenda item number 3, discussion and possible action on an audit planning letter, AVIP. Alan, do you want to, this is, again, sort of a housekeeping item for us. Alan?
Yes, this is purely an audit planning letter that has to be presented to council. There's really no discussion or action necessary on it. The audit planning letter is included in the packet. It's very basic. It just details what the audit process is going to include, what the auditors consider, what they don't consider, and upon which criteria the conclusion of the audit will be based. So we're just required to present it to council. You've been presented with it, and if there's any questions, we can ask of the auditor if they're beyond my ability to answer.
So there you go. You've been presented with our audit planning letter. And with that, we'll take no action and move off of agenda item number 34. And it is our intent to go to executive session and update you on some legal matters. And with that, we will move into executive session at 10:24 p.m. Okay, the city council for the city of Burlington will come back to order at 10:39. No action. We're out of executive session at 10:39. We're back in a regular session. No action was taken in executive session, and with that, I think we are done for the evening, and I will take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So moved.
You have a motion to adjourn. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
5 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.